Rafa. Rafael.
Xenia wrote me.
Where is she?
She could not come. She could not.
Okay, so
she
just
couldn't
take to
make
5, to 4.
it. Yeah, it's gonna
Okay,
be
good.
too full.
It's all right.
And
It was big anyway.
no, it's good. I mean, it's 10. I mean, you saw yesterday how it.
Because Mercedes told me that she checked in.
Xenia?
Yeah.
No, Xenia didn't check in. Xenia, they thought she did, but she didn't. So,
Okay. So let's start then.
Yes.
Yeah?
Let's start. After you finish, you go to the couch. I will get you a microphone now. I will leave it there at your table. And I will ask someone to take out this thing.
Yeah.
Please, there is this guy Lorenzo.
Yeah.
He tried yesterday to speak, and nobody saw him. He left angry. So, in his case, do not push too much in terms of time, because he's really already.
They told me he wanted to speak more about something else.
Anyway, a little bit. If it's a little bit, that's okay. Very
Okay.
little bit. Very little.
Okay, good.
Okay, I'll bring you the microphone to be there.
Must I start now?
You can start now. I will bring you the microphone. The microphone you have on the bottom. You have the mute button. So I will leave you here on the mute, and
Okay.
you just turn it on and off anytime.
Good morning. Good morning. Can we settle down, please? We are about to start. A very good morning to you all, to session number 3 of this very impressive roundtable so far. We are having a very interesting session this morning, which will discuss the challenges that are faced by nationalisms. The collapse of nationalisms and multiculturalisms, particularly in Europe, are posing a new challenge and are forcing us to redefine politics as we understood it. Whereas before nationalism suggested unity, cohesion, suddenly nationalism now is no longer what it used to be, because people have got their own interpretations and understanding of what it means to be a national of any country. We have people who are now aspiring and embracing different political ideals within the same country. We have seen it in the United States, for example, some of the athletes refusing to stand up for the national anthem of the country, nor refusing to respect the flag of the country. We have seen other countries in Europe preferring to be outside the European Union. We've seen other challenges in, for example, Germany, where you have polities that are embracing or holding totally different political understanding of what nationalisms are. It's happening around the world. So there's there's a new divide and there's a new agency now to redefine our politics. And I'm glad to be presiding over this session because we have some very impressive group of panelists who are going to try and unpack these new challenges to us. I'm not going to give you their impeccable CVs now, but I'll introduce them, and as they come in, as they start speaking, I'll then give you their respective CVs. The first speaker is going to be Ambassador Celso Amorim from Brazil. We will then have Professor Eduardo Lorenzo from Argentina. We will have David Hest, who's also going to speak to us, journalist from the UK. And the last speaker will be Lorenzo Masili, who is a Spanish national, who will also speak to us. So as a way of introduction, let me introduce our first speaker, Ambassador Celso Amorim. He is the graduate of the Rio Branco Institute, the Brazilian Diplomatic Academy, and has done postgraduate studies at the Diplomatic Academy of Vienna and the London School of Economics. He has served as the Brazilian Minister of Foreign Affairs under the President Itamar Franco from 1993 to 1994, and again under President Lula da Silva from 2003 to 2010, and as a Minister of Defense under President Dilma Rousseff from 2011 to 2014. He's going to be speaking to us about a very interesting topic, and the topic that he decided to speak about today is the integrating and disintegrating forces in South America, looking at inside and outside factors. So without any further ado, I'd like to call upon Dr. Celso Amorim, Ambassador Celso Amorim, to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for generous words. Thank you very much for the invitation, for being here. It's a very interesting gathering of experienced and young people. I will speak a little bit about Brazil, not only because I'm Brazilian, because Brazil also is half of South America in terms of territory, in terms of population, and a little bit over half, it used to be at least a little bit over half in terms of GDP. So what happens in Brazil is not determinant, but has a great influence in South America as a whole. But before going to that, I want to make two remarks. The first remark is that when you look at the integrating or disintegrating forces in South America, there are, of course, commonalities in relation to what happens in Europe, but it's not the same thing. You can't look at nationalism as the big evil in our region. I think quite to the contrary, to a large extent. Actually, the governments that are less interested in integration of South America are governments that are very interested in integration in the world economy as a whole. So more the so-called neoliberal governments. On the other hand, why I'm speaking of South America rather than Latin America? Well, Latin America and Caribbean, because of course, in a larger sense, our region is Latin America and the Caribbean. But I am convinced, and I think for the experience I had in the last few years, that when we speak of integration of Latin America, as it is in our constitution, for instance, it's very much a very faraway utopian view. We have different geopolitical situations. We have commonalities in terms of history, mainly those of Ibero-American origin, but we also have countries which are very close to us in the case of Brazil, but they are from the Anglophone Caribbean, which are not Ibero-American, so to say. But when we speak of South America, you're speaking of a kind of a geopolitical reality in which the mutual influences are very strong. And that's the reason why, in the case of Brazil, especially in the last few years, we put a lot of emphasis in the integration of South America. Because South America, let us say, it's a more operational reality than Latin America and Caribbean as a whole. Important as it is, and no one can deny that Brazil put a big effort in that. We actually convened in Bahia the first ever summit of Latin America and Caribbean countries. It was the first time in 200 years of independent life that these countries, except for some of the Caribbean countries, which of course are younger, that these countries came together without the patronage of either Europe or the United States. It was the first time. And they were, many critics of that said, what do we want? Do we want to make a break with the United States? Do we want to make a break with Europe? No, we don't want to make a break with anyone, but we want to affirm our own reality. So we did that. But in terms of geopolitical reality, South America is, well, it's a more operational reality. The second observation that I wish to make, and that really is something that to some extent should be a factor of proximity or parallel with Europe, is that the most important thing, contrary to what a lot of our elite and our media thinks in our integration, is not trade. The most important thing is peace and democracy. When we think about the integration in South America, well, there are ideas that have been there for 50, 60 years, but when it actually by influence of the European Union, then the common market, but the first big steps that were given were between Brazil and Argentina. And these steps between Brazil and Argentina were very much linked to the fall of military dictatorship in the two countries. As a relatively younger diplomat, I was involved in some of these efforts, and I must say that maybe more important even than the trade deals in the beginning, not diminishing the importance of trade deals, especially as an instrument, but the most important thing was the nuclear agreement between Brazil and Argentina. Brazil and Argentina agreed, the two countries had nuclear programs, rather advanced ones, of enrichment and so on, of uranium enrichment, and we agreed to have mutual inspections. And that was really what consolidated the peace between the two countries. And we thought that was very important because the idea of demilitarization, which does not mean that we don't have to care about our own defense in relation to the world, that's another matter, I was Minister of Defense too, but this idea that we would demilitarize our rivalry, that will reduce our rivalry to football. That was really what happens until today. And it was certainly a path-breaking measure to allow the officials of one country go to another country and making the actual accounting of the nuclear material. I think it's a unique experience in the world, absolutely unique experience, which can be even maybe a model for some other efforts. If someday we come, for instance, to a Middle East free of nuclear weapons, maybe that's something that can be used. So nobody can diminish the importance, or should not diminish the importance, of the peace and democracy as the real engines of our integration. I say that because, especially in the Brazilian media, we spoke a lot about the media here, there are so many criticisms about Mercosur. Oh, Mercosur is not permitting the countries to grow, not permitting for Brazil to have an agreement with the US or Argentina, or vice versa. It depends a little bit in different moments. But they tend to forget this factor, that peace and democracy are the most important factors in our integration. And that's why we tried to, Mercosur initially was, well, it started really with Brazil and Argentina, then we included Uruguay and Paraguay when we actually formed the Mercosur. And during the government of President Lula, making use of an idea that was already there, we tried to have an organization for the whole of South America, which was UNASUR. And again, that was very important because UNASUR was in which economic terms maybe it's not so deeply, the countries are not so deeply connected as the ones in Mercosur, but it has a very big political importance and also economic importance, but political importance. And I just give an example. When there are crises between Venezuela and Colombia, the countries of UNASUR were able to act. When there was an internal crisis in Bolivia, which almost went to a civil war, well, South America is very far away, so many people don't follow that. But anyway, there was almost a civil war in Bolivia. It was again UNASUR that was able to act and to help to avoid that disrupting possibility. Of course, we see that, of course, there are economic aspects as well, and the trade between the Mercosur countries and the trade with other countries of South America increased exponentially, especially until, let us say, 2008 and 2009. They were very much affected by the crisis. But in any case, just to make a comparison, which I think it's useful, because very often you read that Mercosur was a failure. Well, at the same time that the world trade grew, since the creation of Mercosur, the world trade as a whole, with the Chinese potential in that, grew about fivefold. And the trade between Mercosur countries grew 12-fold. So you cannot say it's a failure. And of course, the most important thing, as I said, is peace. For a country like Brazil, which is big, which is part of the BRICS, like South Africa, I don't know, there's no one from India or China here, I don't see, but anyway, or Russia. But anyway, which part of the BRICS, which has started, we call the first summit with the Arab countries ever. All these things represented also that having peace in our region, we were able to act in the world at large, which would not be the case if we would always be tormented by a problem with Paraguay, Uruguay, or Bolivia, and so on. So we were ready to make concessions even, which were very much criticized by the Brazilian media, in order to maintain this peace, to reinforce democracy, and to reinforce integration. Well, now what do we see? We see really, we made a lot of progress in these areas in the last 13, 14, 15 years, and now we see a tendency towards disintegration. I think this tendency towards disintegration actually started even before the crisis, or more or less in parallel, but a little before the crisis, when people started to speak a lot about the alliance for the Pacific, as if the Pacific would be one thing and the Atlantic another thing. The Pacific would be the countries that would be more free traders, integrated into the world trade, making agreements with the US and Europe, agreements that include clauses that we would never sign, for instance, clauses that make it difficult to have generic medicines for treatment of people. We would not agree. So the Pacific countries decided to do that, or most of them, not all. Ecuador is a different case. But anyway, so that was one thing. And the Atlantic countries would be the more protectionist countries. Argentina, at the Kirchner's times, Brazil, at Lula and Dilma's times, and Venezuela, when Venezuela got it. But in any case, that division, I think it was something very much manipulated by the media to separate what we tried to unite, South America. It's not an Atlantic South America and a Pacific South America. We have a South America as a whole. But that was something that was not seen positively by two forces. And I think I may conclude in a short time. Two forces. The elites in these countries, including the media, which represents that elites, and some foreign interests, external interests. For instance, in UNASUR, we created a defense council for South America. That never existed. Defense was, when had to, it was easier to discuss something on defense with, maybe I'm exaggerating if I speak about Argentina because we are too close, but for instance, I was Minister of Defense. In the past, it would be easier to meet a Minister of Defense of Peru if I go to Washington, or if I go to Brussels. And now, of course, we have this Defense Council in South America, basically to create confidence among our countries, but potentially also to be a defensive, I wouldn't say alliance, but a defensive institution that would help preserve our natural resources. I think all these caused a lot of malaise among some forces in the world, and I don't think it is a coincidence that you have now this right-wing or conservative wave in our region. In some cases, it came by election, as it was the case in Argentina, because of the crisis. I mean, the prices of commodities went down, all that. I mean, even in Chile, where you have a President Bachelet, there's no attempt of coup d'etat or anything like that, but her popularity is very low, from what I hear. Well, and in Brazil, we had a very illegitimate change of power, because when I have to explain to some of my Argentinian friends, especially those who do not live in the region, and I say, well, what happened in Brazil is more or less the same thing that happened in Argentina, with a small difference that we didn't have an election. It was really something contrived in the parliament with the help of, let us say, a very biased process in the judiciary, and all that with very disrupting effects. And I think the same as in the last 10 years or so, Brazil, being the largest country in the region, was a force for integration, very strong force for integration. There was, Eduardo, there was a moment in which I defended so much the Argentinians that once, in a certain moment, one very right-wing magazine in Brazil said that the only thing that is missing is for Amorim to say that Maradona is better than Pelé. So, which of course I would never say that, because it would not be true in any case. But so that was the kind of right-wing media attack that we suffered all the time. People saying, well, why are you integrated? Sometimes they ask, why you speak so much about South America? And I say, well, because I live here. Well, if I lived in Europe, I would speak about Europe. If I lived in, so, and that's it. And our African policy as well, it was under attack, because to a large extent, Brazil is as much an African country as a South American country. And all our, just for you, people don't have a graphic idea. If from the northeast of Brazil, for those who know Brazil, Recife, for instance, to Dakar, it's 4 hours by plane. If I go from the same city, Recife, to the west of Brazil, it's 5 hours by plane. So we are closer, the Recifes, people from Recife are closer from Dakar than they are from the west of Brazil. So we are very much linked. But all that also was questioned. Why are you losing time with all these poor countries? And I think one thing that will be missing in this new, in the news context, is the total disappearance of the idea of solidarity. I don't think everything will change radically, because some of the things cannot change because of economic interests and so on that are created and were created with the integration. But this spirit of solidarity that was very much present in the governments which I had the honor to serve, both of them led by the Workers' Party, and I was also Minister of Itamar Franco longer ago, a very honest man. But so the spirit of solidarity is certainly going away. And another thing is the capacity to act with boldness. Brazil was involved together with Turkey in an attempt to have a solution for the nuclear program, Iranian nuclear program. That was considered, it was not for us, that was for, people would say, that's for big dogs, not for us. And then things like Palestine, we were acted independently, and we recognized the state of Palestine. It was probably the last important action of the Lula government. And all that caused a lot caused a lot of malaise among those who dominate world politics. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ambassador Amorim. I feel a bit shortchanged, and I'm hoping that someone is going to raise this issue during the question and answer, because I would have expected you to elaborate more, particularly on the issue of disintegration, the ambitious positioning of Brazil and its association with BRICS and Russia and IPSA, because I think that has got a lot, has contributed a lot towards the disintegration of Brazil, because there is a kind of pushback from the neoliberalists of the achievements, particularly those that were achieved by President Lula da Silva. And we've seen it now with the recent change of government, that all signs shows that the pro-neoliberalists are gaining power and are pushing back against all the achievements that we achieved during the time of President Lula da Silva. But hopefully someone is going to raise that. I don't want to dominate my platform here. Okay, the next speaker is Professor Eduardo Bassassat. He is well known to some of us. He's been here, he was here last year as well. He's going to discuss something really interesting called the International Convention of the Capitalist Flight. But before you come, let me just tell them who you are, for those of us who don't know who you are. Professor Bassassat is an Argentinian lawyer specializing in human rights defense. He holds a BA law from University of Buenos Aires, granted in 1962, and later in 1967 he achieved his doctorate in law and science. He became a professor at the University of Buenos Aires in 1965, stopped teaching in 1966, and in 1994, due to a series of military dictatorship that intervened in national universities across the country, that's when he stopped. So he stopped teaching in 1966 until 1984. He jumped from college to college in order to promote education in law. His fields are philosophy of law and constitutional law, and is an associate professor since 1997. So without any further ado, please welcome Dr. Eduardo Bassassat.
Buenos días, muchas gracias por la presentación y por haber sido convocado a este evento. Efectivamente, como padezco la enfermedad infantil del optimismo, voy a presentar un proyecto de convención internacional sobre prevención y sanción de la fuga de capitales. No le voy a dar lectura al proyecto porque sería muy tedioso, pero sí aviso que se ha entregado a la organización de la conferencia en idioma español y en idioma inglés, de manera que quien quiera ingresar a la normativa allí podrá encontrarlo. Lo que voy a explicar son los fundamentos y por qué este proyecto de convención y cuál es su sustento jurídico esencial. Por razones profesionales, me tocó intervenir en una denuncia sobre la fuga de capitales en Argentina. Al estudiar el tema me sorprendí, por no decir que me aterroricé. La fuga de capitales de Argentina, de acuerdo con los datos de Tax Justice Network, que es una organización internacional muy prestigiosa y que coincide con los del GAFI, Grupo de Acción Financiera Internacional, nos adjudican una fuga de 420.000 millones de dólares. Es el equivalente a un año del Producto Bruto Interno argentino, por lo menos del que teníamos hasta el año pasado. Y, por supuesto, una cifra que opacaría la deuda externa que Argentina en algún momento tuvo y que lamentablemente ahora está recuperando. Bueno, he hecho la denuncia judicial de esta situación, se está averiguando, ya hay varios identificados, pero me ha parecido mucho más importante impulsar una convención internacional. La primera presentación de este proyecto se hizo en un encuentro de la Semana de África en la Argentina. Allí lo presenté ante los embajadores africanos con bastante interés en su recepción. Los fundamentos son los siguientes. Todos recordarán que los pactos internacionales de Naciones Unidas se inician con igual cláusula, tanto el de derechos civiles y políticos como el de derechos económicos, sociales y culturales. Es el énfasis que se ha puesto en estos dos pactos, que son las normas de mayor jerarquía en el derecho internacional de los derechos humanos, en el derecho de la libre o autodeterminación, en el derecho a la independencia económica y en lo que es más importante para lo que voy a señalar, que especifican que es de titularidad de los pueblos el conjunto de sus recursos y riquezas naturales. Esta titularidad jurídica, enunciada en los pactos que comprenden al conjunto de las naciones que forman Naciones Unidas, no tiene, sin embargo, correlato o desarrollo de efectividad alguna en las legislaciones internas. Pareciera una enunciación que está carente de soporte normativo en los órdenes jurídicos internos. Y lamentablemente es así. Si uno busca en los códigos europeos, en los códigos latinoamericanos, va a encontrar que sobre esta titularidad jurídica de los pueblos, no de los gobiernos, no de los estados, de los pueblos, no hay normativa alguna que garantice y efectivice esa titularidad. Y esto lleva a que la explotación de los recursos y riquezas naturales tengan una apropiación privada y que de esa apropiación privada buena parte sea llevada a los paraísos o guaridas fiscales, que no les preguntan de dónde viene el dinero y que tampoco les preguntan en qué lo van a invertir. Simplemente una tasa de interés mucho más beneficiosa para esos capitales y la absoluta confidencialidad respecto al origen y al destino. Y este es el doble discurso, la hipocresía social que hay que desnudar. Todos condenan el lavado de dinero, el narcotráfico, el financiamiento del terrorismo, pero nada hacen para evitarlo. Ninguna disposición ayuda a quebrantar el secreto que ampara la movida de estos capitales financieros internacionales. Bueno, circunstancias muy especiales, particularmente la publicidad de los Panama Papers y ahora de los Bahamas Papers, ha llevado a que esto tome un grado de conciencia en toda la comunidad internacional y a que los países empiecen a adquirir compromisos de que van a colaborar en la información y en la investigación de dónde provienen los capitales, a qué están destinados y, por supuesto, cuál es el origen, de qué país han salido. No necesito ser muy extenso en explicar la importancia que tendría para los países de nuestra Latinoamérica recuperar esos capitales que fueron obtenidos a partir de la explotación de recursos y riquezas naturales que son de titularidad de los pueblos de Latinoamérica y el Caribe. Nuestro desarrollo independiente estaría absolutamente garantizado sin necesidad de recurrir al financiamiento externo, sin necesidad de contraer deuda y deuda usuraria en general, de modo que esta es una preocupación esencial si es que realmente vamos a respetar los pactos internacionales de derechos humanos y llevar adelante ese programa, que es un programa de la paz, también quiero decirlo. Uno de mis primeros trabajos fue investigar el concepto de paz. Y me asombré que en los diccionarios, tanto la Enciclopedia Británica como el Diccionario de la Lengua Española, la primera acepción de la paz sea ausencia de conflicto bélico. Es decir, no definimos la paz como el término que categoriza, sino como lo opuesto a la guerra. La guerra tiene preeminencia sobre el concepto de la paz. Y por eso hemos propuesto pensar la paz como un estado de satisfacción de las necesidades sociales y este estado de satisfacción significa su correlato en la independencia económica y en la forma de distribución de la riqueza. Esto es la paz. El conflicto proviene de la explotación, de la sumisión y de la dependencia a que están sometidos pueblos del continente africano, de América Latina y el Caribe, en función de depender fundamentalmente de la deuda externa y de la dependencia tecnológica. Bueno, en breve, la convención tiene dos partes. La primera, la general, describe qué es la fuga de capitales, quiénes son los responsables, tanto los que mandan como los que reciben, y la responsabilidad penal y patrimonial que habrá de recaer sobre unos y otros. Pero, quiero hacer la salvedad de que la convención está acompañada de un protocolo facultativo que sería la legislación interna, dado que no se puede legislar penalmente en el orden internacional, la legislación interna que recoja cómo se responsabiliza penal y patrimonialmente a aquellos que han fugado capitales obtenidos de la explotación de recursos y riquezas naturales de titularidad de los pueblos, repito. Bueno, este protocolo facultativo ya ha tenido principios de andamiento en Ecuador. Es decir, ya hay una norma interna que prevé, reclama y sanciona la fuga de capitales cuando es cometida por funcionarios públicos. Es un primer paso, no es todavía el grado de desarrollo que nosotros pretendemos, pero sí creo que es un primer ejemplo de que esto no es solamente una utopía, esto puede ser logrado y esto es fundamental no solamente para el desarrollo independiente de los estados, sino para que podamos configurar esa sociedad mundial entre iguales. Esto lo pongo de relieve. Y yo creo que si algún proyecto en Latinoamérica puede unirnos a todos, ese proyecto tiene tres ejes fundamentales. Primero de ellos, que ya se refirió Celso Amorín, la integración de los pueblos, la integración regional para posibilitar enfrentar en situaciones de igualdad la globalización. Sin esa integración regional es muy difícil quebrantar la deuda externa y la dependencia tecnológica. Y creo que lo mismo debemos decir en un avance cuando lo logremos en conjunto con los pueblos del continente africano. El segundo punto esencial es que tengamos una tutela jurídica de los recursos y riquezas naturales, es decir, que efectivamente sean empleados para el bienestar de nuestros pueblos. No podemos dejar de decir que las guerras futuras no solamente van a ser por los hidrocarburos, van a venir por el agua potable, van a venir por los alimentos, van a venir por las tierras con aptitud rural y van a venir por los minerales estratégicos. Ya el oro y la plata nos lo quitaron en la conquista. Ahora vienen por el litio, el sílice y el tungsteno, sin los cuales no hay desarrollo informático. Debemos proteger el agua, debemos proteger la biodiversidad de Latinoamérica y el Caribe y debemos proteger todos sus recursos y riquezas naturales. Esta es la gran misión. Pero esta gran misión tiene un tercer eje indispensable, el de las políticas de derechos humanos. La Argentina es un país que está quizás a la vanguardia mundial, en materia de ratificación de los principales pactos y tratados internacionales de derechos humanos. Pero eso no significa que por la mera ratificación todos esos derechos reconocidos en las normas jurídicas del derecho internacional sean realidad efectiva en la vida material y cotidiana, que es donde se sufren las necesidades que debieran ser conjuradas con recurso a estos derechos y en la dimensión del universal, es decir, para todos. Política de derechos humanos es llevar esos textos normativos a la realidad de la vida material y cotidiana y, repito, en esa dimensión del universal. Libertades civiles y políticas se logran si los gobiernos se abstienen de cortar cabezas, abollarlas o encerrarlas. Pero vivienda digna, alimento, educación, salud, significan compromisos, obligaciones de resultado que deben proveer los pactos y los estados. Y esto es porque el derecho no debe ser una monserga moral, el derecho debe ser aquello que puede ser exigido y que puede ser realizado. Así lo sostuvo en los inicios del positivismo jurídico Rudolf Giering, y creo que hoy día no hay derecho si no es algo que puede genéricamente ser realizado. Bueno, y finalizo esta intervención diciendo que a la muy razonable pregunta sobre en qué propósito se inscribe esta propuesta de convención internacional, diría que la respuesta está en los propios pactos que he mencionado de Naciones Unidas. Ambos dicen un hombre, y yo agregaría un pueblo, libre respecto del temor y libre respecto de la miseria. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to Professor Pasasat. That was really, really helpful. And not only was it helpful, but it reminded me of something I read recently from the book written by Mr. George Friedman, Fresh Points. And it talks about, if you want to see how Africa was pillaged, walk in the streets of Europe, and you get to understand the extravagance in lampposts, for example, in some, art every corner. It gives you an idea how much money Europeans had to spend in beautifying their streets at the expense of Africans. And I'm glad that this kind of convention is coming. But I'll add something else. I think it should have a clause of repatriation. So not only prevention, but also once we have identified where the money is, there should be some instruments which will facilitate the repatriation of money back to the people that it belongs to. Because many times we've spotted where the money is, in Kenzie, in Panama, and all those other places, but it never comes back to Africa. We identify it, but it never comes back to Africa. So this is a good initiative, and I think CAF should partner in this initiative in making sure that this is promoted and it realizes its objectives. So thank you very much, and I hope during the question and answer we will have a much more lengthy debate in this regard. The next speaker is Lorenzo Masili. Lorenzo is going to speak to us about the relations between democratic retrenchments and transitionalisms and exits. But before you come, let me tell the audience who you are. Lorenzo is a writer, political activist, and a co-founder of transnational NGO called the European Alternatives. Lorenzo and his organization are long committed to European democratic renewal. He is one of the initiators of the Pan-European movement, DIEM25, together with Yanis Varoufakis. He previously set up the European Initiative for Media Pluralism, an international campaign demanding better protection for the media pluralism and freedom at the European level. He was the founding editor of Naked Punch, a quarterly journal of contemporary culture published in London. He has degrees in philosophy, sociology, and Chinese studies. He's an active commentator and public speaker internationally. And he's got his Twitter handle, which he's going to give to us when he finishes speaking. So without any further ado, please welcome Lorenzo.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning to all. Before I start, allow me to express my personal solidarity and that of DiEM25 towards the 13 members of the Turkish parliament that have been jailed only 2 days ago at the hands of the regime of President Erdogan. It is many months that democracy is retrenching fast in Turkey. We have seen arrests of academics, arrests of journalists, the closure of the last independent media in the country. But what happened 2 days ago with the imprisonment of the opposition parliamentarians represents a new step in this process. In the history of my country, which is Italy, but as a committed European, I do consider myself a Spanish citizen as well as an Italian one, the last time a government jailed opposition parliamentarians, it was the beginning of fascism. I think it is our duty to sanction retrenchments such as these, and I think in South Africa you know the importance of international boycotts in trying to foster democratic renewal in a country. But I'm very delighted, nonetheless, to be here today, and the global aspirations and the global composition of this forum are very close to my heart. Something else that I have set up 5 years ago was a platform called Transnational Dialogues, bringing together activists, artists, intellectuals from China, Europe, and Brazil to discuss some of the greatest challenges that we're facing today, which are indeed global challenges that go beyond the capacity of most national spaces to govern. And maybe that's where I want to start, from an anecdote of a conversation I've had with a high-ranking member of the Chinese Communist Party towards the end of 2015, just after Syriza, the radical left government in Greece that tried to fight against the Troika and the austerity measures of the European Union, was defeated. On the streets in Greece, we had mass protests, a great dissatisfaction towards the capitulation of the government and the aspirations for radical change that it had brought up. And in my conversations with a member of the Chinese party, he said this: "There is one thing that we greatly envy about your democratic system," he said. "It is its resilience. Economic chaos and social conflict on the scale of what we're witnessing in Greece these days would have led to a systemic collapse in our country, in China. But you wait for the next elections." And indeed, despite a crisis that wiped out 25% of the economy, that left half of the youth unemployed, and caused a legitimacy crisis for all incumbent political forces, the parliamentary system of Greece remained intact. After widespread protests, what followed was disciplined voting in the ballot box. This would have been unthinkable in China, where the moment the ruling party state fails to deliver, it is doomed to be replaced, and perhaps violently so. This is something common to many authoritarian or rigid systems that often find it difficult to insert demands for transformation within an overall agreed framework of political change. Think the Arab Springs, if you like. Until today, instead, no amount of protest, social misery, misguided policy choices have seriously threatened the constitutional order of European democracies. And this resilience is in good part due to the elasticity of the democratic system. The capacity, that is, to transform conflict between political parts into regulated struggle, enabling the adaptation on the basis of changing circumstances and changing balances of forces. Just think of the New Deal in the United States in the 1930s, or the new pact between labor and capital in the after-war European experience. And the key point, in fact, is this: democratic elasticity lies in the capacity of regulated political and social conflict to produce social compromises and real change in institutions and in policies. But this system is today no longer working in Europe. Over the last years, democracy has been undergoing a constant process of degeneration and retrenchment. This is particularly true for the economic domain, where gradually a wedge has been driven between the democratic expression of the electorate and the capacity of such democratic expression to initiate change in economic policy and in the distribution of wealth. You can vote, but you cannot change anything. This process has taken place as much at national as at European Union level, leading to what we may call the double exit. An exit or demands of an exit from the European Union and an exit from liberal democracy as we knew it and towards authoritarian nationalism. At the national level, in the European context, one of the most striking developments of the last decade has been the emergence of a cross-party consensus that has drastically reduced the capacity of democracy to lead to different policy choices. In the West, after the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, and with the closing of the communist hypothesis, or the communist threat, if you like, much debate has developed on the impossibility of conflict in a society where all political decisions had ceded ground to technical and administrative management. The third way, Tony Blair, Anthony Giddens. Distinctions between the left and the right, Christian Democrats and Social Democrats, progressives and conservatives have become very little, almost nothing, as all the political spectrum happily implemented the policies emerging from the neoliberal revolution of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. But this consensus, the consensus of that neoliberal revolution of 30 years ago, is today in deep crisis. The crisis that started in 2008 is not a contingent crisis, it is a systemic crisis of a certain economic model that has ruled uncontested in this part of the world for the last 30 years. The pacification of the political field that this consensus has created has presided over one of the largest transfers of wealth towards the top 10% of the population. It has created a foreign policy that has inflamed the Middle East. It has allowed the financial sector to grow out of size and blackmail the real economy. The middle class, the solid base of Western democratic capitalism, is squeezed and declining. Inequalities haven't been this pronounced, as you know, since La Belle Époque, when it was scandalous to show your legs in the Moulin Rouge in Paris. And this leads to a very peculiar situation where even a growth in GDP leads to a decrease in the felt economic status of a majority of the population. So Germany may be the powerhouse of the European Union, but it is also the country with the largest percentage of working poor in the European Union. The United Kingdom might have economic sovereignty, but it is also the country with the largest number of malnourished children in Europe. Misery acquaints a man with strange bedfellows. It is not an accident that this is a line from The Tempest, Shakespeare. And The Tempest today takes the form of a political shake-up that the world has not seen since the 1930s. This shake-up comes in good part due to the inability of leading political actors to accept the need for structural change. And in fact, if you look at it, how have incumbent parties and governing elites in the European Union responded over the last years since the onset of the crisis? They have responded by barricading themselves in a fortress of the status quo in a misguided attempt to keep business as usual. More often than not, at national level, we see grand coalitions becoming the symbol of elite failure. Traditional left and right, that until recently represented a vast majority of the electorate, forced today to join hands in order to ensure governability and keep insurgents at bay, barely and with increasing difficulty as each year goes by. We have grand coalitions in Germany, in Austria, in Italy, and obviously now we have a government in Spain due to the abstention of the Social Democrats of the country. But by doing this, the elites have created themselves the image of the establishment where all are the same. And that image is what validates the populist hypothesis of the people against the elites. A populist hypothesis that may take, in some rare occasions, the guise of a party such as Podemos, but more often than not, takes a rather different look. For everything to remain the same, everything has to change. This is a very famous line from The Leopard, Tommaso di Lampedusa's historical novel. And it was a sentence portraying one of the highest peaks of elite consciousness. In the midst of the Italian War of Unification in the 1860s and the inevitable onset of liberal capitalism to southern Italy, parts of the ruling aristocracy understands that maintaining power and privilege would have required guiding a complete system redesign and letting go of the status quo. And so it is that an establishment grown up in the large farming estates of Ancien Regime Sicily strikes a deal with the rising bourgeoisie and the northern Italian modern invaders and accepts the transformation of Italy into a unified constitutional monarchy, joining ranks with the liberal capitalist European core. But today's elites seem much less capable of such enlightened self-interest. Writing in the New York Times the day after the results of Brexit, Tony Blair has made a passionate appeal for the center to hold. But here is news: the center cannot hold. To try and make the center hold against all odds, the European Union, the institutions of the European Union, have certainly and very happily come to the rescue. But so only to make matters worse. As you know, in 2015, that is where I started, the radical government took power in Greece with a clear mandate, ensuring an end to self-defeating austerity measures that had been condemning the country, as well as the whole of the European Union, to stagnation, double-digit unemployment, and widespread misery. It was the government of Syriza. Yanis Varoufakis was the finance minister of the government, and Tsipras was the prime minister. At the first Eurogroup meeting after the elections, the Eurogroup is the body that brings together all the finance ministers of the 28, perhaps 27 soon, member states of the EU. Schäuble, the German finance minister, came out with a splendid line. Elections, he said, cannot change economic policy. Can you think of a greater vindication for the strategy of the Chinese Communist Party? But he was in good measure correct. In the years following the 2008 crisis, the European Union has undergone a massive transformation to become a space of budgetary surveillance that increasingly locks member states in deflationary austerity policies and endless budget cuts. I will spare you the details, and I don't have time to run you through all the fiscal compacts and the two-packs and the six-pack and the whole endless list of economic regulation after economic regulation that ties, and this is the key point, national economic policy to a partisan vision of what the economy should look like. Because the matter is not so much whether you think austerity is correct or not. The matter is that the decision should be one of democratic, should be one arising out of a democratic and political expression. But what the European Union achieves is the constitutionalization of a partial as well as misguided economic policy through a rules-bound system that locks out democratic participation from the capacity to influence the economic future of our continent. And so the question could be posed bluntly: is the European Union today closer to the tradition of elastic democracy that I began with, or is it closer to the tradition of rigid authoritarianism? And this is not a moral, but a political question. Is the European Union a system that is still capable of bending and adapting to changed circumstances? Or, not too unlike the Soviet Union, has it become a rigid system that only offers disintegration as an alternative to a failed status quo? The response to this question is going to be the response that will define whether this continent will become the first experiment in large-scale disintegration of the recent past. And so come the exits. The exit from the European Union that we see, and my colleague will speak more about it, in Britain, but you see in the majority that in France, that in Italy, that in a number of European countries are now supporting an exit from the Eurozone, is an exit that is essentially an attempt to reclaim democratic sovereignty. It's an exit of people who no longer trust the possibility for democracy to change the policy course at the European Union level. It is an exit due to people believing that no change is any longer possible without radically upturning the system. And this upturning, this rejection at the European Union level takes the form of a demand for an exit from the Eurozone or from the EU as such. At national level, the same disbelief in the capacity of democracy to lead to alternative futures and alternative economic policies takes the form of a growing tendency towards a departure from liberal democracy itself. This is very evident in the, in the eastern states of the European Union, where an illiberal order, much inspired by the likes of Putin and of Erdogan, contentious of democratic pluralism, of the rule of law, of civil liberties, is taking shape and spreading fast. It's an order that thrives on anti-migrant and Islamophobic sentiments, but its roots are in the social misery left in the society after years of post-communist transition, and the incapacity of mainstream democratic forces to address that with a policy of change. Think Hungary, think Poland, doing away with free media, free judges, but also with a free market. In Western Europe, you find very similar tendencies in France with Le Pen, in Holland with Geert Wilders, in Austria with Hofer, who almost won the presidential elections only a few months ago in the country, and pretty much all across Western Europe, except only exception, Spain. Now, this is not only a continental phenomenon. We will speak about Brexit, so I will not get into that. The next speaker will do that wonderfully. And it is not only a European phenomenon as well. If you look at what is happening and at the logic behind Donald Trump, we have a constant denunciation of big business and even the call up for the breakup of big banks and the division between commercial and investment bank, which is that famous Glass-Steagall Act dating back to the 1930s, that it was none else than the Democrat Bill Clinton to remove in the early 1990s. So to conclude, what should be done? We need to reinsert democracy into the game, and we need to reinsert the demos into democracy. We are in a rigged system where we're asked to choose between Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, whether we're asked to side with the authoritarian regime of Erdogan or support a military coup, whether we're asked to defend an unjust status quo in the European Union or cheer for its sinister disintegration. We need to return the capacity of articulating a systemic alternative to a system that is systemically failing. And doing that will be the only insurance policy against disintegration, exit, and nationalist chauvinism at European Union as well as at national level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo, for that very impressive presentation. I like the new terms you're bringing in, elasticity and rigid democracy. Where I come from, unfortunately, the Europeans were still very rigid because they imposed on us something called structural adjustment programs, which forced us to consume things we didn't want. And I'm glad you raised the neoliberal tendencies of Europe. But I think maybe next time we should spend enough time to talk about how these policies affected Africans. This is why I'm limping today, because of these structural adjustment programs and all these neoliberal policies that we impose on us. And I think, you know, tongue in cheek, one can say that chickens have come home to roost in Europe. All the things that were committed with the intention of progression and economic and social political progression are suddenly backlashing towards Europe. Maybe that's a good thing, actually. Maybe the world will be much more better moving forward. So our next and last speaker needs a little introduction. His name is David Hurst. He's the editor-in-chief of Middle East Eye. He was chief foreign leader, writer of The Guardian, and former associate foreign editor and European editor and the Moscow bureau chief of The Guardian, including being the European correspondent and before the island correspondent. David is going to speak to us about the role of intermediary bodies in the EU and how to act responsibly. So without any further ado, Let us welcome David to the floor.
Hello, and thank you very much for inviting me. I'm British. If Scotland leaves the UK, I suppose I could be English. If anyone in this room has a good idea for me becoming Spanish, I'd be very much happy to hear from them. Because I wouldn't have to read headlines like this, which is a Daily Mail on Friday as I flew in, and it says, "Enemies of the people." The enemies of the people are 3 High Court judges who had the temerity to rule that as the European Communities Act of 1972 had been incorporated into domestic law, British citizens had the rights which would be taken away if the UK left the EU. In that case, Article 50 could only be invoked by Parliament and not the executive. What kind of parliamentary vote is now up for grabs? But if it's primary legislation, members of both houses would have to debate every clause. And the Brexiteers, of course, were up in arms. God forbid that Parliament should scrutinise a move that was supposed to repatriate powers to Parliament. Foaming at the mouth, the Mail scrambled to find the most damning epithets they could for these miserable wreckers. They discovered that one was a Blairite, the second was a Europhile and a gay, of course that's deeply suspicious, and the third was a fencer. That's a new one on me, and maybe that should be referred to the British Olympic Committee. It's tempting to laugh or to cry. It's tempting to look at Brexit as you would a fire on an offshore oil rig, as an offshore disaster. It's tempting to quarantine yourself with the thoughts that this is xenophobia, nativism, or nationalism. It's tempting, but as Lorenzo has just said, it's completely wrong. I think what's happening in Britain is happening all over Europe, rather like the breakup of the Soviet Union, which I witnessed in Moscow in 1992. I think Europe is imploding as a physical space and as a political one. There are 3 symptoms to this implosion. The first is the clash between direct democracy and representative democracy. All the main political parties, the BBC, the White House, the bankers, the city, the great and the good, told Britain to stay in Europe. 17.4 million Britons begged to differ. That was on a 72% turnout. That is 3 million votes more than John Major got in 1992, and 3.5 more million votes than Tony Blair got in 1997. Brexit is not a whim. It's a mandate that most politicians would give their eye teeth for. A similar insurgency happened in the Labour Party when the rank outsider and old Labour left-winger Jeremy Corbyn was elected leader. The Parliamentary Labour Party would not have it, and still does not have it after 2 leadership elections. When Corbyn pushed recently for a motion calling on Parliament to examine British military relations with Saudi Arabia, 100 Labour MPs defied the 3-line whip. That's after the 2nd leadership election. There's an insurrection in the Labour Party. The second phenomenon, as Lorenzo very, very ably said, is the failure of the political centre of left and right, which have been ruling the roost for decades. Vote for either of the 2 main political parties and you get virtually the same menu. Elections don't really have that much effect on the policies that you as a citizen have to endure. With minor tweaks, Cameron was Blair reinvented. The Iraq War was a disaster. That didn't stop Cameron and Sarkozy repeating it in Libya. This is what 2 political scientists, Richard Katz and Peter Mayer, called in an essay, "The Emergence of the Cartel Party." And I think it's still true today. It was written some time ago. The age of party democracy has passed. Although the parties themselves remain, they've become so disconnected from the wider society and pursue a form of competition that is so lacking in meaning that they no longer seem capable of sustaining democracy in its present form. To go back to the 1990s, when I was a correspondent in Moscow, The West had two big ideas. The West thought it could remold Russia like soft wax in its image. And so many Russians did the same, and they were profoundly wrong. The two big ideas were neoliberalism at home and neoconservatism abroad. Just to take neoliberalism, the biggest Brexit vote, 75.6%, was recorded in a town called Boston in Lincolnshire. This is a constituency that's 86% white British. Boston also has the highest concentration of people born in the EU, 12%, almost all of them from Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia. It also has the lowest wages, £9.13 an hour, compared to £13.33 as a national wage. It also has the highest rents. The argument in Boston went like this: walk along the high street and you no longer recognize it. You only hear Polish, Lithuanian, and Latvian. The Poles, Lithuanians, and Lats said, well, look, before we arrived, every second shop corner was empty. Do you want us to go again? Did Boston turn racist? No. Do the Poles, Latvians, and Lithuanians have a better record of absorbing minorities? No. In fact, worse. Boston lost control of what it thought its population, its wages, its rents, and its high street should look like. Boston became a neoliberal nightmare, and one felt at the most vulnerable level of consciousness its identity. We talked a lot about immigration yesterday. If you combine migrant labor with no public housing, deunionization, zero contracts, no regional policies, local authorities that are so pared down that they become telephone directories for private agencies, what do you expect will happen? It's not a rocket science. Brexit is Britain's Boston Tea Party. Globalization, deregulation, privatization are challenging national identity as never before. The things that anchor a people to its land, community, language, culture, are undermined by them. The foundation of a new state is being laid, and that state is a protector of its nation. It's the Joan of Arc state. It's exactly what Marine Le Pen in France is trying to create. This is the driving force that is shaking the European project apart, and these are really powerful political forces. Brussels, of course, is doing absolutely nothing to stop it. In fact, it's encouraging it. At the moment, it's signing three trade deals: the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, the TTIP, CETA, the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, and the Trade and Services Agreement, which go much, much further than simply reducing tariff barriers on trade. These actually enforce a deregulatory agenda. Both the TTIP and CETA include an investment protection chapter which protects the assets of foreign investors. The mechanism by which this will happen is called Investor-State Dispute Settlement, ISDS. This is an international instrument which grants companies the right to sue the EU or member states if they believe regulation is not in line with their investments or threatens their profits. Litigation takes place outside national courts. So the trade union Unison said, this means that if a future Labour government decided to bring a public service in-house or reverse NHS privatisation, it could be sued if this move had an impact on the income of a private income provider. Is there any debate about this other than in Belgium? Can you read about it anywhere? Can you scrutinise it? Do you know, can you regulate it? Do you know as EU citizens what's happening on your behalf? The third big theme, of course, is neoconservatism. And this is not just about failed interventions. We all know what happened in Iraq, in Libya, in Yemen and Mali. But the interventions themselves are carrying on. Only their franchise has been bought by regional powers and is being operated by them. The relationship is being reversed. Arms users are telling the arms suppliers what to do. The Saudis tell the Americans when they're going to invade Yemen, about 24 hours before they did it. The Emiratis tell the British to conduct an inquiry into the Muslim Brotherhood in Britain. This produces chaos because the suppliers of arms can find themselves on two sides of the same conflict at the same time. This is happening in northern Iraq. It's also happening in Libya, where British special forces are in the control tower of Benina Airport, which is bombing Haftar's enemies in the fish market in Benghazi, at the same time as British special forces are helping the Misratans try and recapture Sirte from the IS. Britain is at one time, and the French and the Italians and the Emiratis, is at one time undermining the GNA in Tripoli and supporting it. So I think it no longer makes any sense to talk about an EU neighbourhood policy. It makes much more sense to talk about a policy that the EU, that the neighbours have on the EU. And we talked a lot about migration yesterday, but no one mentioned the word Egypt, which I find odd. Because in Egypt, what you have at the moment is a regime 5 times more repressive than Mubarak. It's killed about 4,000 people. It's put 40,000 people in jail. It doesn't even bother to arrest people anymore, it just shoots them. And it is presiding over complete economic collapse. The currency is in meltdown. There are shortages of wheat, sugar, baby formula, and the fuel price has just increased by 40%, and 40% of the population of Egypt are below the poverty line. Sisi, of course, has been welcomed in every European capital. Britain is its largest investor. It also provides him with close protection training. Hollande is giving him helicopter carriers, and America is supporting the army. What do you think would happen if just some of the population, 90 million population of Egypt, took to their boats? What would happen to the beaches of Greece and Italy? Is anyone thinking about this? We support this government. We welcome Sisi in every single capital. What are we doing about it? So, to sum up, the EU today and Europe today is a place of crumbling parties, high voter volatility, and endless amounts of unfocused popular anger. The social ladder in Europe is broken. It's not anymore Beethoven's Ode to Joy, it's Stockhausen. The EU has to re-engineer itself from the bottom up. It has to support jobs and people. It has to be a union of people, not markets. It has to regain its moral core in wealth distribution. Politically, I think it has to reinvent the whole concept of public service, public servants, and public duty. And it's got to do all of this in a time of economic stagnation. These are gargantuan tasks. But I think the people are up for it. I don't think the Brits are racist, or more racist than they were. Certainly, what's happening in France is much, much worse than what's happening in Britain in terms of Islamophobia. I think Britain is still a tolerant place. But Britons and Europeans need the intellectual baggage to achieve the sort of change that Lorenzo and I have been talking about. The best thing that a conference like this could do is to provide the intellectual architecture for such a project. Because if we don't start now, I promise you, from this onwards, there's a lot further to fall. Thank you very much.
Hello? Okay, good. Sorry. Thanks very much to David Hurst. That was very, very interesting to hear. I'm not going to take too much time because you're the last speaker to summarize or say what you have just said, but I'm going to open the floor for discussion. I'm just too passionate about the Brexit to give any comments. So I'll rather leave it to the audience to say more. But this has to be said, not necessarily about Brexit, but about the the relegation of leadership responsibilities, where leaders are conveniently coming up with referendums to cede their responsibilities or to further push their agendas. We've seen happening in Colombia. Is it Colombia or is it Colombia? Colombia also had an irresponsible referendum, which brought that country back once again. Brexit was, to many of the observers, another irresponsible referendum, conveniently to absolve certain people from their leadership responsibilities. So I'm going to open up the floor for question and answer. You need to turn the name tag up if you want to comment or ask a question. Each intervention will be strictly restricted to 2 minutes. I'm not going to allow statements and presentations. So if you want to ask a question or make a statement, it has to be flat 2 minutes, or else I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you, because I'm sure that a lot of people would like to speak, and these are the instructions I got from Raphael, that I should be strict on time. So without any further ado, I'm going to take the round of 3 questions. So it's going to be 3, 3, 3, not unless you suggest otherwise. And the panelists will respond to all of them at the same time. So I've identified 1, 2, for now, and 3. So that will be the first round. So, first question, please. 2 minutes.
Martin Gegner from Berlin. I have a question to Senor Celso Amorim. Is Brazil, with its new government that is presenting more the Brazilian economic elite than the people, and facing the fact that Mercosur and the BRICS are more or less dead, as I learned from your speech, is Brazil in this situation going in the direction of economic and political nationalism, like it did, like, for example, in the times of the military regime? So do the elites try to solve the problems that occurred there, the economic, the political problems, in a nationalist way?
Hola, Salvador Llaudes, investigador del Real Instituto Elcano de aquí en Madrid. Muy brevemente, para los 2 primeros ponentes, el ministro Amorim ha dicho que el nacionalismo es lo contrario del evil en South America, ¿no? Entonces me gustaría un poco que explicase cómo se coteja esto, o cómo se puede, cómo puede funcionar con la integración regional, tener un elevado nivel de nacionalismo. Porque este es el segundo elemento también que ha comentado el segundo ponente, ¿no? Luego, respecto a lo... ¿Nacionalismo es contrario de qué? De evil. He said nationalism is the contrary of evil in South America. Evil. Mal. Yes. Is that so? No. Why? Vale. Luego, el tercer ponente, Lorenzo Marsili, ha hablado de muchas cuestiones y ha elevado un poco quizás ya el tono en cierto modo, anti-Unión Europea que estamos viendo a lo largo de todas las sesiones, ¿no? De hecho, incluso hacía una mención de una relativa similaridad con la Unión Soviética, ¿no? Lo cual me ha resultado un poco contraintuitivo. En cualquier caso, es verdad que como mencionaba, resulta que con la llegada de distintos actores al poder, como puede ser el caso de Syriza en Grecia, no han conseguido los objetivos políticos y económicos que en su momento habían inspirado su campaña electoral en Grecia, pero Syriza sabía perfectamente cuando hacía su campaña electoral que en la Unión Europea, para cambiar las políticas económicas, es necesario crear coaliciones, y si tú no puedes enfrentarte porque resulta que tú eres parte de un club y el club tiene una serie de normas y esas normas son decididas por parte de todos los miembros del club. Obviamente hay cuestiones de poder dentro del club y no es lo mismo un Estado que otro, todo eso lo sabemos, pero sin coaliciones es imposible cambiar absolutamente nada.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, it's not 2 minutes, sorry.
It is 2 minutes. Okay, I'll give you
Okay.
30 seconds, 30 more seconds.
Vale, la única, bueno, simplemente para el último ponente, me pregunto si el nivel de aceptación en el Reino Unido del Brexit hubiera sido igual al del Remain. Si el resultado hubiera sido exactamente igual, pero a favor del Remain, con el mismo porcentaje, si resulta que hubiera sido igual. Igualmente, ha mencionado el tema de la inmigración como que no ha sido tan importante, pero en la campaña hemos visto que sí lo ha sido. Y lo ha querido desligar un poco del tema de la xenofobia en el Reino Unido. Nada más.
Thank you. Rafael. No, you're the last. Oh, okay, good. Oh, okay, good. Okay, let's give it to the panelists then.
Well, the first question, I think, I didn't get your name, but from Berlin, I understand you are. So later on, you'll tell me exactly your name. Well, I think the new government, which emerged from what I consider a very illegitimate process in Brazil, whether it was a coup or not a coup, it's maybe a semantic question because, you know, it has to do with the formalities of the process. The formalities might have been, I don't know, even that I doubt. But even if the formalities were okay, the content was not okay. And of course, you had a big change of orientation, and the impeachment is not thought for that. I always gave the example, for instance, of the United States. Had Clinton been impeached in the end, Bill Clinton, it would, certainly Al Gore would not make an alliance with Newt Gingrich or Jesse Helms. That was unthinkable. It was. So in Brazil, it was precisely what happened. I mean, the vice president made an alliance with all those who were in the right wing against the government. Well, I think to say that they are against the people, it's something that time will tell, of course, because the people is very much influenced also by the media and so on. What I would say is that the measures, some of the measures already taken in terms of economic policy, they will be very detrimental in terms of social achievements. For instance, one thing that I never saw, I mean, I traveled quite a lot, I was foreign minister and I was a diplomat also, I never saw, there is a proposal which probably will pass in the Congress, because the Congress is totally docile now to the government, because they're all part of the same kind of coalition. They're only looking for pork and barrel negotiations, nothing ideological or programmatic. So in this proposal, which is a constitutional amendment, so it's very high level, there will be a freezing in the government expenditures for 20 years. Well, how can you think that a country with so many shortcomings, with so much poverty, so much discrimination still between white and blacks and women, and so many shortcomings in education can see, and even in security, can see a freeze in the expenditures for 20 years, which will mean, of course, a decrease in terms of proportion of GDP in 20 years. Well, I think that's unsustainable in the long run, but of course people will suffer a lot to change that later on. So that's one example how the government is doing. So what I'm saying, in the short term, maybe there is even the possibility of some, I doubt, but maybe some improvement. So what I say is that if you take Brazil Incorporated and the partners of this incorporation, of this big, they will be probably doing well, but the people will not be doing well. That's the basic thing, I think. And concerning your question of economic nationalism, no, I don't see any chance of economic nationalism in this government. It's quite the contrary. That's what I tried to say in the beginning. The curious thing that in South America, in Latin America, those who are, let us say, in practice, they wouldn't say so, but in practice acting for disintegration of South America, or at least not further integration, are those who defend neoliberal policies. Because you tell a capitalist in Brazil, and if you allow me, a capitalist in Buenos Aires or a capitalist in Bogota, they want to have direct relations with Washington or with London or whatever, and not with each other. That's the question. So, in a way, it's these new liberals who are not at all economic nationalists. These are the people who are in power, and of course, their clients, the local people who don't have any idea, but they will somehow depend on them, local leaders. So that's basically the reply to the first question. I'll move to the second immediately so that I can shut up. I didn't really understand the question of nationalism against evil in South America. If I understood well the Spanish and the English, I don't know. Well, you have there is something different in a developing country about nationalism when you compare to Europe. Of course, nationalism in Europe, well, what does bring it to mind? It brings to mind fascism, it brings to mind National Socialism in Germany, and so on and so forth, and also disclosing of borders and so on. I don't think this is the case in South America in general. But I will say this. There are two kinds of nationalism. One which is not even Brazilian or Argentinian, but it's a kind of South American or Latin American nationalism, as Eduardo said, to empower us to participate in better condition in a globalized world. And let me tell you, I think all this conversation and dialogue say that globalization is dead is totally rubbish. I mean, it will continue because these are technological forces. So in order to participate better, we have to be nationalist, but not at the Brazilian level or Argentinian level, but at South American, maybe Latin American level. That's the difference. So there is another kind of people in Brazil, at least, and I think our very famous singer and composer said that, Chico Buarque. I think those who want to be nationalist against the weak, nationalist against Bolivia, nationalist against Paraguay, but not nationalist against or vis-a-vis the US or vis-a-vis powerful developed countries. So these are two different kinds of nationalism that sometimes, I would think that the present government and the Brazilian elite, or at least a part of the elite that's represented in the government now, have this latter conception of nationalism, speaking strongly against Bolivia, strongly against Paraguay. We are speaking strongly against Venezuela, and mildly with Washington.
Bueno, primero querría responder a una observación que hizo nuestro coordinador, Zenvisa Facude, en el sentido de si la Convención también contempla recuperar los capitales que han sido fugados. Sí, ese es su objetivo central, y mediante un mecanismo en que, si cumplido un plazo, eso no se realiza, esa devolución, entonces el Estado queda facultado para incautar igual cantidad de bienes que tenga en territorio de la nación aquel que haya fugado los capitales. Creo que no se puede estar pensando en que lo van a hacer de buena voluntad. Hay que poner una sanción severa para aquellos que no cumplan con la norma de retrotraer los capitales que han sido fugados del país. En cuanto a la situación de la integración o desintegración, creo que hemos sido bastante claros los dos expositores en cuanto a que hay que primero ser un Estado-nación independiente para poder integrarse en igualdad de condiciones, ¿no? Creo que no puede pensarse en un régimen de igualdad cuando hay una situación real en la estructura social que demuestra que no somos iguales. Esto es un tema de profundidad filosófica. Aristóteles en la política ya señalaba que no se le puede aplicar un mismo orden a aquellos que están en situación desigual. Y con extrema ironía y gracia, el historiador Anatole France decía: la ley francesa es igualitaria, prohíbe tanto al rico como al pobre dormir bajo los puentes de París. Tenemos que hablar de una igualdad en las condiciones de existencia social, y esta es la integración que buscamos a través de esa igualación, pero de ninguna manera bajo relaciones de sumisión, de dependencia o de hegemonías extranjeras. Lamentablemente, los procesos, tanto en Brasil como en Argentina, en este momento están desandando ese camino de la igualación, de la integración. Pero bueno, como dice el vicepresidente de Bolivia, García Linera, es el momento del reflujo de la ola para que volvamos con más intensidad, y así lo esperamos.
Okay, good. We're going to go to round two. I've identified. Oh, sorry. You want to say something? Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, maybe I just take the questions that the gentleman posed. And I think the first one was about the feeling of Euroscepticism in some of the expressions that I used. And if I may say so, I'm a committed Europeanist, at least to the extent that I think if we are to reclaim democratic control over the economy, that is going to be done at European level. If we are going to reclaim fair taxation over multinational corporations that evade it, such as Google, Facebook, Apple, so on and so forth, that is going to be done at European level. If we are to imagine a fair migration and refugee policies, that is going to be done at least at European level. If we are to be able to govern the technological transition in a way that goes beyond the monopoly capitalism that is emerging out of Silicon Valley conglomerates, that needs to be done at European level. And I could continue the list. Then I also have more political and existential, if you like, elements that bring me to be a committed believer in the necessity of a politically integrated European Union, which is why I'm extraordinarily angry at the actions of the current and recent leaders of the European Union and of its nation states, because I think their actions are precisely the actions that are leading the European Union towards disintegration and implosion. And I don't think that sustaining and defending the status quo and the actions of the elites is going to do anything to safeguard a status quo that is bound to failure unless it changes. And the problems I have with the European Union at the moment is precisely the structural difficulty in achieving policy and institutional change within its current setup. It is not just a question of Greece. The president of France, François Hollande, so the second economy of the Eurozone, campaigned during his last presidential election on the basis of a reform to European austerity policies, as you know. He campaigned on the basis of a new growth pact, and all that happened was that the Stability Pact was renamed Stability and Growth Pact, nothing else. So the second largest economy of the Eurozone achieved a linguistic turn in the European Union. This is not a linguistic turn of the philosophy of the 80s. It's nothing that substantial, unfortunately. Matteo Renzi, who is the leader of the third economy of the Eurozone, likewise had a strong emphasis on budget flexibility, and all that has achieved in the last 2 years and a half is the permission of increasing budget deficits by 0.1, 0.2%, as if that all that democracy was really about was about enlarging your deficit from 2.1 to 2.3% of GDP, and not instead having a real, for instance, public investment program to kickstart investment and productive expenditure in the European Union. So I think the problem is more structural than just the lack of coalition or the failure and the weakness of Greece or of its political class in 2015. And to conclude, I think the problem is structural in two ways. It's a problem of a lack of democratic institutions. The European Council, that brings together the heads of state, is not a space where policy choices follow a democratic or a political process. It is a space that is based on the rule of the jungle, where the interests of the strongest national elites prevail. You have a room out of any accountability. There are no minutes, as you know. There are no there is no live streaming, there is no knowledge of what actually happens in that room, where the Prime Minister or the Finance Minister of a country such as Germany, that holds public debt of half of the south of Europe, has an extraordinarily stronger say than anybody else put together in that room. And this rule of the jungle, in the absence of any transnational democratic processes, the European Parliament doesn't have any role in the austerity regime. The European Commission has been reduced to just the implementer of the decisions of the European Council, means that what we're really looking at is not a transnational democracy, but is something much closer to a kind of despotism, where it is the interests of the strongest national elites that prevail over the interests of all the others. That means to say, over the common European interest. That is not just about structures, last point, but it is also about democratic practices. I think that the responsibility is also in our field. Despite now 8 years of structural crisis in the European Union, we still have not managed to come up with serious transnational political parties that can articulate a demand for change, from Portugal to Poland, from Britain to Bulgaria. We don't have these intermediary bodies that can translate the common European interest into a common political demand and a common mobilization and common campaigning. And there is the problem of political forces, it is the problem of civil society, it is the problem of social movements to lacking the transnationalization effect that would not complete but partially constitute a democratic space within the European Union. And the media, very last statement in this is absolutely crucial. We don't have any transnational media space in the European Union. Of course, there are many languages, so on and so forth, but just think of the impact if we had something like, AJ+, the young Al Jazeera video-based, Facebook-based outlet that activated itself at pan-European level in all the different languages or some of the languages of the European Union and could articulate the emergence or common demand for change on issues such as the refugee crisis with a capacity to speak directly, notably to a new generation of young Europeans who live and act as citizens of Europe, but lack the political institutions and the media landscape to see that aspirations actually fulfilled.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't get the question on Brexit. Can you just say that in English?
The question was actually if the result of the Brexit would have been the other way around, meaning the same percentage for Remain as in this case got the Brexit supporters. If in that case, then all of the political spectrum, newspapers and elites in general, would have accepted it the same way. I mean, remaining in the European Union, not exiting from it.
Yes, I think they would. I mean, I think the Mail would have still, and the Express.
Sorry, for example, you took your paper, your first thing was just to show us a newspaper by showing how a newspaper called Daily Mail pointed to some 3 judges, unelected, whatever, by saying that these judges don't want us to, to follow suit, whatever. So imagine the situation with a percentage so high of people asking for a Brexit, but not as high as the people asking for a Remain.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. What you're saying is there's a huge amount of polarization, and that would have continued. I think what would have happened is that immediately people would have said, fine, there is a cry of desperation from Barnsley, from the northeast, from the former coal mines, which have all been turned into museums after Thatcherism. And there would have been an attempt to say we're one Britain again, particularly on behalf of the Tory party. I mean, this originally was an internal debate inside one party. It was always a toxic debate. It, in many senses, was the reason why Thatcher was forced out of power, why after ERM, about 3 years later, Major was forced out of power. This has always been around. Everyone knew this was a toxic debate. Cameron got it terribly wrong, but in a sense, he only got it terribly wrong because Blair promised a referendum after Lisbon and never delivered it. So Cameron was, in a sense, forced into a referendum. And now what May is saying is that, well, hang on a moment, Parliament voted for a referendum. Parliament now has to accept the results of the referendum. So as I was saying in my speech, I think there's a real tension between representative democracy and direct democracy all the way along the line. I mean, I'm a European. I'm completely, totally European. My parents were forced out of Vienna in the 1930s. Family's Polish. You know, I think all of this is nonsense. However, what I was trying to say is there are real forces at work, and Europe no longer represents the Europe of my parents who fought for the British Army in the Second World War. It no longer represents a freedom from European war. It has to find another meaning. And unfortunately, certainly when it comes to the banking crisis, when Europe basically, or Britain as well, nationalized the debt of the bankers, what it found was austerity. And that's wrecked the economy of Southern Europe. So there are huge divisions going on. And of left and right in Britain, there's a huge amount of vindication saying, thank God we didn't join the euro. Look what happened to the eurozone. So what I was trying to say is there are real forces at work here. This isn't just xenophobia. This isn't just La France profonde speaking in Britain. These are real forces at work, and they need to be given real expression. And unfortunately, the political centre of left and right don't have an answer to it yet.
Okay, second round. I'll start with Ayo, and then I'll come to you afterwards.
Thank you. Actually, when that question was asked, I checked and I found that the UK voted to remain in the European Union by a majority of almost 40% in 1975. So when the people who are called Remoaners suggest that this isn't necessarily over, I think that one could see that the people who wanted to leave the European Union whined for 40 years, and eventually they got their way. But my question was relating to your statement that what is needed in the European Union is a union of people, not of markets. But that headline that was shown from the Daily Mail seemed to express a fear that if the Prime Minister and her team were not given absolute power about the terms of Brexit, they might be forced to accept something that allowed Britain to stay in the market. Whereas what the people want is that they want to stay in the market, but they don't want the people. They actually don't. I mean, it's good for you to say that these places didn't turn racist. That's not how it looks from outside. I dare say the people who spoke Polish or who speak foreign languages in the United Kingdom, it does feel like a racist, or at least if they haven't turned more racist, they have stopped hiding the fact that they had some racist tendencies. So what they want is not to have union of peoples. They want the people kept out, but they are keen to do business. And I just wonder how that sentiment, which seems to be being expressed under guise of not being politically correct, is going to be married with your view.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Pablo Montaño from Wikipolitica from Mexico. I have a question regarding Latin America and this position that was presented by the two speakers. It seems like there are two different scenarios going on. One where European and Western democracies are questioning the way that they're functioning right now, and at the same time, Latin American countries that we are still chasing our own tail, no? And we are very lost in this debate to move forward on the economic grounds how the world is functioning right now. So my question would be, since we are right now somewhat relegated as a passive actor, just waiting to see sometimes what is decided in the European bloc and in the United States as well, how can we move forward in these processes? How this igualation, el proceso de igualación, how can we retake this path that somehow we lost it with the current very right-wing, very undemocratic sometimes government? So we are moving backwards somehow in democratic grounds. How retake it? I come from a very small political movement, and knowing our limitations, we have small victories, but we know that's not enough. So what shape would it be needed for this transformation to not leave us completely relegated, completely just expecting from these other political and economical powers?
The last one for this round.
Hi, I'm Marta from Madrid. So my question is directed to Lorenzo. So you mentioned about the rigid democracy, and not only in a EU level, but also within European countries internally. And I would like to ask 3 questions. So how can we go back to a more elastic democracy? Do you see it happening anytime soon? And if so, who would be the actor leading this change? Thank you.
Okay, short and sweet, lovely. Okay, can we then have the panelists responding, please? I think a few questions were directed to David, so you'll be, yeah.
Firstly, the question on my right. I actually don't think. I mean, there has obviously been an increase in racism. There's been an increase in attacks against Muslims in Britain that followed the Brexit vote. The point I was making was that the combination of large-scale migration and neoliberalism at home is a lethal brew, and that's what caused the reaction in Boston. In terms of actually the capacity to accept large amounts of foreign workers, large amounts of Poles, Britain has actually got a very good record of that, and accepted a very large influx of Poles very quickly, whereas Germany stipulated initially a waiting period for the movement of labour. Britain didn't. And I think now we're seeing the consequences of it. It's the quantity and the speed with which the British High Street is changing under conditions in which wages are being forced down, unions do not have or have less and less of a say, and there are zero contract hours. Now, you know, in London, of course, it's like the gig economy. There's absolutely no problem with it. London is the 7th largest French city. It's a totally cosmopolitan place. But that doesn't happen in Barnsley, and it doesn't happen all over the place. And in Scotland, if you were someone who disagreed with Thatcher, if you disagreed with privatisation, if you disagreed with the fact that you now have to pay £9,000 for a university place, you would now be voting Scottish nationalist. Scottish National Party has changed completely from when I was a correspondent on the Scotsman in Edinburgh. It's now become a major left-wing force. Now, all of these things, this sort of disintegration of the UK as such politically is a sign that the centre has not done its job. Parliament actually hasn't done its job as representing the whole people. And what I'm saying is that it has to now start doing its job. And I think the EU also has to start doing its job before we get overtaken by a right-wing state which overtly is for the white British.
Okay, so just continue from that. I think it's important to underscore, as you've done, the dynamic relation between the democratic retrenchment or the reduction of democratic alternatives at European and at national level. In science, you have this concept of a feedback loop, which means a loop that reinforces itself by its own procedures. And what you have seen in the European Union is precisely the flattening of the political space at national level around a de facto single party over the 1990s, that in itself created the structures of the European Union and the Eurozone in particular, as we have them today. The statutes of the European Central Bank have such an economic definition because the forces that defined them in the late 1990s were left and right, amongst all the member states of the Eurozone, prey to a common vision that ultimately harked back to that neoliberal revolution of the 1980s. And then in turn, constructing a European Union such as this reinforces that narrowing of alternatives at national level by placing, for instance, caps on budget deficits, by mainstreaming a certain economic policy. So it's a completely dynamic loop, in this case a vicious one, that is being created. I think we can halt it. I think it is absolutely possible to return real elasticity, which means real democracy, to our continent. For all the Europe bashing that correctly we've been engaging in over the last 24 hours and more generally in the past years, this still is the continent that has one of the fairest division of wealth in the continent. It still is the continent which has one of the best educated young generations in the continent. It is still a space that has, with some exceptions, notably in the East, all the constitutional safeguards that make it possible for political alternatives to emerge. So it is not a given. We shouldn't fall into this melancholia of thinking that there is an objective necessity that Europe implodes and that it becomes a fascist collection of states, or that somehow it becomes a place of misery, or that it is unable to resist the rise of this authoritarian capitalism that you see from Beijing to Ankara passing via Moscow. I think it is ultimately up to us to try and construct the political spaces for alternatives to emerge. These will be going through the national level. I think Spain is a very good example of this. Spain is the only country, together with Portugal, that does not have a far-right party, even if it is one of the countries that has suffered the most from the crisis and from austerity measures. Part of the reason for that is that the dissatisfaction and the sense of democratic failure that most European countries share and that the right wing has recuperated, here it has been recuperated by Ada Colau and Barcelona en Comú, it has been recuperated by Pablo Iglesias and Podemos, and it has been put to service, at the service of a project to reclaim the political space that is not nationalist, it is not chauvinist, it is not xenophobic, but tries to deconstruct precisely that economic center that has failed us. That is one direction that we need to go through. There needs to be new political forces that emerge. This needs to happen in other countries of Europe than Spain, and it is to some extent happening, although it is still at the embryonal level in many respects. We can speak later, if you like, about Razem, a new Polish party, which is actually quite interesting, a country as complex as Poland. But also we need to try and invest in the transformation of the incumbent parties. We should not give up on the idea that social democracy is doomed to become a morally bankrupt repetition of the liberal elites that in the 1930s paved the way for fascism in Italy and in Germany. It is possible for social democracy, and even for some parts of Christian democracy, to reinvent themselves. Different people will have different positions on what Corbyn is doing with the Labour Party in the United Kingdom, but reinventing the centre doesn't necessarily mean throwing it all away. There might be still forces for a rejuvenation and a transformation of the centre, just as it has transformed itself back in the 80s and in the 90s in the opposite direction. Finally, I think the European dimension of social and political struggles is absolutely crucial. As I was saying before, we have failed so far in having a real coordination between parties, between movements at European level to demonstrate that there is a third option, a third alternative to the establishment on the one hand and this nationalist international on the other hand. And I think as we proceed towards 2019, the next European elections, it will really be a historical task to try and formulate the emergence of a third political space that is able to articulate at a directly transnational, at a directly European level, a third option between two equally failed and equally miserable alternatives.
Bueno, no cabe duda que estamos pasando un momento de retroceso, pero un momento de retroceso que también ya expresa el grado de desaprobación que colecta el actual gobierno argentino. Es decir, conforme todos los censos y estadísticas, ha perdido ya un 25% de su credibilidad. Es decir, recordemos que llegó al poder con la promesa de pobreza cero y de mejorar las instituciones. Bueno, en 10 meses logró 1,5 millones más de nuevos pobres, y en cuanto a las instituciones, ha habido un derrumbe institucional al gobernarse por vía de decretos de necesidad y urgencia. En definitiva, un gobierno autocrático con mucho parentesco con las dictaduras militares, solo que llegó con los votos. Y aquí hay un tema teórico de gran importancia. La Argentina estableció en su reforma constitucional del 94 una cláusula que condena los golpes de Estado, establece la nulidad absoluta del acto de la toma de poder y de los actos de gobierno que se realicen. La pregunta importante es, ¿qué pasa cuando un gobierno con legitimidad de origen transgrede los límites de sus incumbencias constitucionales? Mi personal opinión es que eso también cae bajo la regla de quebrantamiento al deber de observancia a la supremacía de la Constitución Nacional. Y esto no solamente lo digo en un certamen de cientistas sociales, está dicho en las 9 presentaciones judiciales que hemos hecho enjuiciando al actual gobierno, es decir, sosteniendo que estamos frente a un quiebre al deber de obediencia a la supremacía de la Constitución Nacional. Aguardamos que prontamente la Argentina pueda recuperar su senda democrática y de un proyecto de inclusión social, igualdad y calidad democrática.
Well, Mr. Moderator, if you allow me, in order that this becomes a little bit of a debate, instead of 2 debates, one about Latin America and Caribbean and about Europe, because what happens in Europe will be relevant for us, to a large extent, not only the model of democracy, but also the model of integration of Europe was largely used as an inspiration in South America and Latin America as a whole. So your debate is not totally indifferent to us. So having said that, and certainly not for Africa or for other countries, but I'm speaking from South America. So let me just put my maybe medal where I should not. But on the question of Portugal and Spain, I mean, I have one grandfather from Portugal and one grandmother from Spain. Let me just say that maybe there's another factor as well, and this is that the memories of authoritarianism are more recent in these 2 countries, so the possibility of having an extreme right-wing party brings memories which are still, or at least scars which are not totally healed here more easily than in countries that think that authoritarianism is a thing of the past, or countries like Britain, which never really experienced a very authoritarian regime for at least as much as memory can go. This is one question. The other one that I wish to mention, because I think, again, it's relevant for South America and for Brazil in particular, is the question of racism. I don't think racism is something, one thing is open racism. People who come to the television and say, well, I don't like blacks, I don't want like Arabs, I don't want them. But there are more very subtle forms of racism as well. And when, for instance, people ask about my country, in which 50% of the population is of African origin, is the second largest African population in the world, after Nigeria only, well, there is a lot of racism. If you look at the people who are at the highest levels in government or higher levels in the company, it's not that they are forbidden to get there, they just don't get. You know, so the question whether race was an important factor or not, you cannot measure only by statements. You have to measure by attitudes of people. So I make these two. And the third comment that I would like to make, because that has been mentioned very, very often, is the question of center. I don't know. In Brazil, nobody claims to be right-wing. Nobody. I mean, everybody who is right-wing says he or she is from the center. So when I hear the center being repeated very much, I am a bit doubtful. You know, I don't know. I'm at the left. I don't hide that. But you know, what is the center and the center of the left and the center of the right? I don't know. The center of the right was part of our coalition. Now they are part of an exactly opposite coalition after an illegitimate impeachment process. So what about the center? And even in this center of the right, but this is very Brazilian anyway, so I don't want to bother you, but there's even a party that calls itself socialist, and it's part of this center right, whatever. But anyway, if I can just try to refer to the question that was put more directly to us, there is a common trend, and I think this has been repeated, and there are studies, I don't have the statistics with me now, And that's very especially true for South America and maybe some parts of the Caribbean, maybe not for Mexico, which is a different economy to a large extent. I don't know, but to a large extent. But when the prices of commodities go down, that's, political change takes place in one way or another. I mean, in the late 40s and early 50s, a very famous Argentinian economist, Raúl Prebisch, made a study about the terms of exchange and so on and so forth. So that's what happened now to us. I mean, the price of commodities was very high. For Chile and Peru, it's copper. For Brazil, it was soybean and sugar or whatever. For Argentina, it was soybean and wheat or whatever. But and so these go down. When these go down, these somehow creates tensions. In the period, just allow me someone, because in the period of Lula, to a large extent, and Dilma less, because the economy was growing very much, it was possible to take some very much popular measures in favor of the people, so to say, like scholarship for blacks or people of low income to go to the university, like giving labor rights to domestic workers, which are who normally were women and which are semi-slavery before. And all that was possible, and somehow the elite tolerated. When things became tighter, they didn't tolerate anymore. So that's how, let us say, this conservative wave of which Garcia Linera spoke took place. Fall in the prices of the commodities, tightening of the economy, so the social measures start to hurt the rich and the powerful. So that's basically and the change that happened in South America and Latin America in general was enormous in terms of people who went out of poverty, who had access to university, and so on and so forth. Now, on the question of when and how it will change, that's a very difficult one. And if I think even historically, in Brazil, the progressive parties, the one that had power, the Workers' Party, mainly there are others, but the Workers' Party was formed on the basis of trade union leadership. I have doubts whether it will be possible in the future to have that only. Lula, for instance, and Dilma and the Workers' Party got more votes proportionately in the Northeast, in the poor Northeast of Brazil, where there are trade unions are less organized, than in São Paulo, where the trade unions movement was born. So this is a big challenge. I don't know how it will be solved. I think it will have to be a broader coalition that takes care of all these destitute people, disenchanted people who now abstain. Because in our elections for mayors, that's the saddest things. We had a coup d'etat, or not, but a illegitimate change of government. But the fact is, the immediate election that we had, we lost. We lost. All the left-wing or semi-left-wing candidates lost, and lost to evangelical candidates, lost to playboys travestied into anti-politicians. So it's a big challenge. It's a big challenge for leadership, really, and to reorganize. I mean, there's the famous sentence by Lenin. I'm not a Leninist, but I mean, it's the famous organize, organize. Now it has to be reorganized, reinvent, and reorganize. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let us just give a round of applause for the panelists. Okay, we finished on time. For those of you wondering, it's 12:15. We started at 10:15, so don't think I'm eating your lunchtime. But thank you very much for a beautiful session. We're going to break now until 2 o'clock for lunch. So we'll come back here at 2 o'clock. Thanks very much.
¿Cómo? ¿Qué mano hay que poner? ¿Qué mano has puesto tú? Bueno, yo hago así como si estuviese hablando. El pelo. Ah, muchas. Tú dale al botón. Esto es buenísima.
Rafa. Claro, claro, claro.
A mí me gusta que una cosa es cómo te llaman y otra cosa es tu nombre.
Do you want a glass of water? Yeah, I can. Because my throat is so terrible. Okay, I will leave I will keep a bottle for you here, and I will put it here. Just put it in a glass. It's the best thing. Okay. That's the best thing.
But the glass will need to be on my table.
It's fine.
It's okay?
No, yeah. I guess they're too high to.
Yeah, that's the point.
I guess good.
John, no, not possible.
No es posible. Con un vaso. ¿Quieres un vaso? ¿Necesitas algo? ¿No? ¿Todo bien?
¿Tienes tu espacio ahí?
Ah, me iba a poner la de Fernando allí.
¿Fernando no vienes?
Sí, está. Es que la de este de al lado no viene.
Ah, vale, pues vete ahí.
Vale.
Vete ahí.
Para arreglar los focos de la cámara.
Claro, es que Fabio vino corriendo y las
Sí,
cosas
no.
de tú.
Aquí, ¿no? Centrado con la estrella.
Sí, pues centrado con la estrella.
Bien. Perfecto. ¿Eh? No para nada, tranquila. ¿Bien?
Good afternoon, everybody. We hope you had a very nice and pleasant lunch today. Hello. Hello. I have to speak up. I actually can do that because I speak so little that I could do that. First of all, thank you very much for being here. I hope you had a very pleasant lunch today. Today we had coffee. Sorry about yesterday. Very important detail. We have now the time for the fourth session. The fourth session is called Rethinking Citizenship for a Mobile World. We are very honored to have here the following speakers. I will introduce them, just one, following the order. I won't introduce them now, all now, but the speakers for this session are Mrs. Ayo Obe, Mr. Khalid Haji, Mr. Mario Dominguez, Mrs. Paula Barakina, and Mr. John Ralston Soule. I will introduce Mrs. Ayo Obe, who is going to be our first speaker. Mrs. Ayo Obe is a legal practitioner and a partner in the Lagos-based law firm Ogunsola Shonibere. She holds a bachelor degree in laws from the University College of Cardiff and a master's degree in laws from the University of Wales Institute of Science and Technology. Mrs. Obe chairs the board of trustees of the Gorée Institute in Senegal, and she is co-vice chair of the Brussels-based International Crisis Group. In Nigeria, she is a member of the board of the Klein Foundation, formerly the Center for Law Enforcement and Education, the CEO DBL Zue Memorial Libraries, and the community-based Ajelunga. How do you pronounce that, Ayo? Ajengule Community Project in Lagos. Mrs. Obe was president of the Civil Liberties Organization, Nigeria's oldest indigenous human rights organization from 1995 to 2003, was chair of the steering committee of the World Movement for Democracy from 2004 to April 2008. She has also participated as a member of the International Advisory Group of the Managing Global Insecurity Project of the Brookings Institution and New York and Stanford University. Mrs. Ayo Obe, please, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody, and it's been a very interesting meeting. I've learned a lot, and I've been somewhat discouraged, but also encouraged that minds are on board to solve many of the problems that we're facing. I'm supposed to be talking about rethinking citizenship for a mobile world, and I have to confess that we may not be thinking about the same thing when we talk about a mobile world. And I'm also going to confess that I didn't make a huge effort to find out from the organizers what they meant. Is it a reference to the fact that I can sit at home in Lagos and watch the news from any number of countries, that I can shop online for goods sold in the shops of the United States or Spain? Does it refer to the fact that I don't even need to sit in my home to do any of that, that I can be walking around with my communications gadget in my home to be part of the mobile world? Is it a fact not about me or about ordinary human beings, but about the behemoths of the modern world, that is the supranational corporations, which wherever they may do their business, only rest their feet where they incur the least obligations? Is it about the Amazons, the Googles, Starbucks, Apples, and Facebooks of the world? Now, I come from a country where, until the 1990s, it was illegal for citizens to hold the citizenship of another country. Indeed, having completed my studies and returned to Nigeria on the passport of the country of my birth, which is the United Kingdom, I allowed that passport to lapse, and I traveled only on a Nigerian passport for 30 years. And the reason for that was that I was working in a law firm which represented a gentleman called Shugaba Abdurrahman. And Nigeria is a federal country with states, and one of the states, the same northeastern state of Borno, where we now have the Boko Haram insurgency, that state in the 1980s had its own parliament, its own House of Assembly, and he was the majority leader. But that party was not the same party as the party in power at the center. And they decided, they woke up one morning and woke him up, I should say, and carried him across to Chad, saying that he's not a Nigerian, he's a Chadian. And our firm represented him, and of course he had been born before the independence of 1960. And so the issue of his nationality, or his citizenship, turned on the definition of a Nigerian citizen that is set out in our constitution, which is a person born in Nigeria before the date of independence, either of whose parents or any of whose grandparents belonged to a community indigenous to Nigeria. Now, I'm going to cut a long story short and say that Shugaba was duly returned to Nigeria with his Nigerian citizenship intact. But because my law firm had been so closely associated with it, I didn't want to find myself being Shugabaed back to Britain, because I was found to be in possession of a British passport. Now, at first, this didn't make much difference. As a Nigerian, of course, you had to jump through hoops to get a visa to go to the United States. But to enter our other main destination, which was Britain, it was really just a matter of turning up at the border control and getting allowed in for 6 months. There wasn't very much more difficulty about getting into most other European countries either. However, that changed in the era of the structural adjustment programs. We started facing a rising tide of visa requirements for Nigerians and for most other developing countries. Because the fact is that when it comes to the mobile world and citizenship, barriers are a constant. The adjustments depend on the requirements of a rich country. We've got the guest worker phenomenon. And the fact is that we can see that rich people, rich citizens, or rich human beings, they travel freely, they travel legally, and they generally travel safely. The poor ones, they travel less freely, less legally, and less safely, but they do travel. Now, we've got the current focus on Syria, and it's often being described in these hyperbolic terms of the greatest crisis since World War II. But of course, that requires us to forget all the things that have happened since 1945, not quite apart from the disruption of 1945, but we had the Cultural Revolution in China and the refugees that produced, the Indo-Chinese boat people, the constant stream of people from South America to North America. So we find that there's actually been huge movement of people one way or the other. And the question of whether they travel freely depends on what the countries want. But we see at the same time that goods are able to travel much more freely, and even illegal goods. I mean, I remember that after 9/11, when there was all this talk about closing down borders and that it was going to be, fortress this and fortress that, you expected to hear in the news that the price of heroin or cocaine had skyrocketed because nothing was getting through these tight borders. But to our surprise, we discovered that there was no news story about these goods. So it's all about people. And I mentioned the guest worker phenomenon because the reality is that the flow of people often depends on the requirements of rich countries. And I think that there's an underlying message to the migrant worker. You can come here and work, but you're here on sufferance. You're here as long as we want you. And the impact is to make the migrant worker, whatever citizenship they may hold, to make that migrant worker feel less, to feel somewhat insecure. Of course, the extreme example of this migrant worker phenomenon was the the North Atlantic slave trade. Or I should say not the North Atlantic, I mean, because we also had the South Atlantic slave trade. But the idea was that you came, you were there on sufferance, and you didn't have any rights. Now, it's not as bad as that now necessarily, but there's still the underlying message that you are here as long as we want you to. Don't get comfortable. And I think that, to me, I interpret the, whether it's the Brexit vote or the arguments that somebody like Donald Trump is making in the United States, it's about telling people about still maintaining that degree of insecurity and fear. And while I wouldn't say that it is a committee of men sat in a smoke-filled or unsmoke-filled room to say we're going to make people feel insecure, there's nonetheless a feeling that in each country, no matter how rich that country is, there's always a group of people who, even if they're citizens, they are marginalized, they are dissatisfied with their lot. And there's a way in which, when you have this migrant or guest worker phenomenon, you are able to say, well, you may not be, your life may not be perfect, but at least you still got somebody that you can look down on, somebody that you can tell, go home, you don't belong here, and so on and so forth. And of course, today, we've been able to add to that phenomenon the fear factor, which has come because of Islam and terrorist attacks in rich countries. Now, we're always seeing the great debate between correlation and causation. The fact that many of the terrorists are Muslims therefore becomes that Muslims therefore are terrorists. And of course, we know that correlation and causation are not the same thing, however much they are presented as that. But as a result, we've had various things that tend to undermine the position even of people who are citizens, so that, for example, in France, it had been suggested that people could have their citizenship removed. What that will mean in terms of people's, whether they have a state at all, because some countries say that if you voluntarily relinquish your citizenship in order to require that of another country, we are not going to have you back as our citizen. So there is the possibility of statelessness coming in. On the other hand, you've got in the United States the idea of the path to citizenship, which is not just for those who are legally migrating into the country, but it's also for those who are illegally in a country, or it's being considered for that. So my question really to this august gathering is that if we talk about citizenship in a mobile world and we talk about rethinking it, does rethinking citizenship necessarily mean offer the citizens of the world greater freedom and greater mobility, or is it merely the illusion of that mobility and freedom? Thank you.
Mrs. Ayoub, thank you very much. Now we are going to have Khalid Haji. Khalid is a Moroccan philosopher with a PhD in Anglo-American Studies from the University of Sorbonne, Paris, France, in 1994. He focused his studies in renewal of Islamic discourse, Muslims in Europe, art and religion, and geopolitics and geopoetics. Besides from these lines of investigation, Ms. Haji is founding member of the Circle of Wisdom and Thinkers and Researchers, and founding member of Al Jazeera Center of Studies. Moreover, he is also Vice President of Maghreb Center for Studies in Civilization and President of Brussels Forum for Wisdom and World Peace. Khalid, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. This morning, Lorenzo, citing Shakespeare, said, "The Tempest, misery acquaints
a man with strange bedfellows. And if Shakespeare were among us today, he would ironize upon our destiny, saying, globalization is acquainting a European with strange, unwanted cultural creatures. So 20 years ago, in Europe, in the European context, we were talking about universal values. We were preaching to the world that there are universal values and we are spreading them. We are participating to, we're opening borders in order to spread universal values, in order to extract you from time of backwardness and from obscurantism, in order to get you involved in enlightenment and in progress and so on and so forth. But the last 10 years, we've remarked a shift. There's a shift in discourse. We're no longer speaking about universal values, but we rather put the emphasis on the specificity of European values. And the European mind is trying to define itself in terms of geography. We are no longer defining Europe in other terms, in terms of values, but Europe is defining itself now in terms of geography. It's on the defensive, so to say. So it's a new dynamic. Whereas people coming from Syria, refugees, for instance, are no longer tied to a place. They have no sense of location, so they cannot define themselves in terms of geography. They are searching and seeking for common ground and common values. So it is another dynamic. The European dynamic, which is going towards withdrawal from and relapsing from the logic of globalization. And on the other hand, you have other countries, other nations, other cultures that are trying to join in the course of globalization. So it is something strange that needs to be tackled. We have to contemplate and meditate upon it. The end of history and the last man, Fukuyama advanced the idea of the end of history and the last man, arguing that we are witnessing, we are living, the end of values. We won't elaborate upon the existing values. They constitute the end of history. The implication of this changed with Paul Virillius speaking about the end of geography. What about the end of geography? The end of geography has led to dispersal from place and the dissolution of location and the sense of belonging to a place. And so instead of, the relationship to location and to place has utterly and completely changed. In the European context, we are not expecting, we were not anticipating such thing to happen. We were only ready to export our ideas towards the outer space, outside Europe, but we were not ready to receive other people from other cultures in the same geography. So this is why we try to define ourselves in terms of geography for the moment. So how to cope with the new situation? When we speak about a mobile world is a tautological expression. It does not mean much. When has the world ceased to move? The world has never ceased to move. So it is a metaphor, a metaphorical expression, a tautological expression, meant to express our psychological frailty in front of a new reality. Because we used to ask a static question to get reassured, psychologically speaking. We used to ask an Aristotelian question, what is the world? And the answer was static, the world is X or Y. But now we are in front of a moving reality, so we are no longer reassured. We are uncertain, we have grown uncertain, so this is why we use this metaphor of a moving world, a mobile world. But in fact, it reflects our psychology, the state of our psychological frailty, instead of reflecting an outside reality. The world has never stopped to move. It has always throughout history been moving, and it will keep moving. So we have lost control over reality. And the question of identity has become central to us today because we want to rethink. Globalization is reshuffling our conception of the self and our identities. And there are two types of identities, either out-of-place identities, identities that are out of place, or citified identities. We know that the word citizen stems from city. So you define your citizenship in terms of belonging to a geography and to a space. But you deprive yourself of the feeling of belonging to the cosmos. You deprive yourself of some dimensions of your existence. You deprive yourself of the sense of being a biocosmopoetic creature, for instance, that transcends reality of the city. This is necessary for world culture today. We can profit from each other. Globalization is a fact now. We are communicating with each other and we can learn from each other. But now we are witnessing some new dynamics relapsing towards the pre-globalization era. When I listen to Nicolas Sarkozy, for instance, speaking about French citizenship and saying, if you want to become French citizenship, you need to admit that the Gauls are your ancestors. This implies that I have to change my origin to acquire French citizenship. It is caricatural. We don't define citizenship in terms of the past. We come from different paths, from different origins, to enrich each other, to merge into one harmonious whole and define ourselves in terms of action. It is useless to define oneself in terms of who we are. Doesn't mean much who we are. I'm a Moroccan and German. You are an American. Then what? What counts is more what you are doing. Citizenship should be predicated upon what man does and not upon what we are. We are from different origins, and we have to assume the moral responsibility, the ethical responsibility, and agree upon common action that would give sense to our definition of citizenship. Otherwise, we would relapse in theories of clash of civilization, essentializing the other, but not only essentializing the other. What Nicolas Sarkozy, for instance, is doing in the run-up for French elections is essentializing the self. So you are not only essentializing the other, but you are essentializing yourself as well. So to say, this is the collapse of civilization and of citizenship. Friedrich Schiller, one German philosopher, in the aesthetic of education, the aesthetic education of man, he says, civilization must combine closure, the sense of closure and openness. If you don't combine the sense of closure and openness, then this wait for collapse. We try to define ourselves, we try to essentialize ourselves, and we try to explain identity or dictate identity. Identities won't be dictated, cannot be dictated. Identity is a personal combination. We combine our identities of different belongings. So we are facing many challenges now. For instance, people coming from the Arab Islamic world face the challenge of reviewing, rethinking the relationship between believing and belonging. We used to believe and belong, that was one unity. But now we believe, but we belong differently. This is a new challenge for the Islamic or Muslims living in the West, for instance. But the Europeans also, we are Europeans, of course, but in the European context, we are facing many challenges, and we have to be wise. I followed what happened about the Burkini affair, for instance, in France, Anne, we are suffering from. David spoke this morning about intellectual architecture. And unfortunately, we are suffering from conceptual indigence, and we are living the end of theory. We are no longer capable of thinking because we are living under the influence of image culture. We are receiving the world as image, but we are numbed. We can no longer think or rethink. So we have to lay some emphasis on eradicating ourselves into words, because words, they help us open new scopes before the mind. If I take the concept of citizenship in the European context, if you speak another language, you would have a totally different conception of citizenship and of the world. My world is not your world. It depends on which language you speak. So we are supposed to enrich one another. Our languages, our origins, are windows that allow us to perceive reality from different perspectives. Either we conceive this richness of perspectives as, in terms of conflict, you are different, your essence is different from my essence. This implies war of civilizations, or we are different and let's enrich each other by mutual interaction. We cannot think the question of citizenship without taking into consideration the ethical question. We must not conceive of human beings as disposable, expendable creatures. This is the discourse, the dominant discourse nowadays, populist discourse, of course, features other human beings as disposable merchandise. We can get rid of you whenever we want if you don't fit, if you don't integrate. But integration most of the time means disintegration. Integration and disintegration, they go in parallel. So let's get out of this antithetical relationship, these antitheses and these dichotomies of integration, disintegration, and agree upon some high-level goals and be ready to work together and define ourselves in terms of what we do and not in terms of our origins. That's the future. It requires hope because we have no mastery whatsoever on the future, but our action must be inscribed in hope. Let's hope that the future will be better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Khaled. We are going to have now Mr. Mario Dominguez. Mario Dominguez is professor at the Complutense University of Madrid. He has a BA in History and Geography and the Political Sciences and Sociology, although he has focused his life and career in teaching. And his works go around three main topics, which are a cultural critic of modernity, the challenges of globalization, and the violence in politics. Mario Dominguez, thank you very much. Please.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes. Hablaré en castellano. La demanda que me trae aquí había sido precisamente sobre los movimientos sociales y la ciudadanía. Existiendo un problema con respecto a esta demanda que consistiría en hablar de los movimientos sociales, especialmente en el caso del Estado español, lo cual podría generar, digamos, un cierto localismo, una cierta mirada localista y sencillamente aburrir a la audiencia. He tratado en este sentido de plantear, digamos, un elemento más abstracto que la mera descripción de los movimientos sociales, aunque es cierto que finalmente lo que adopto es una perspectiva claramente europea, para ser exactos, de la Europa del Sur, y esta es una de las premisas bajo las cuales hay que ver lo que voy a comentar. Y la segunda premisa también es que, digamos, esta crítica de eso que subyace bajo este tipo de movimientos sociales nuevos, que voy a llamar ciudadanistas, es una crítica que hay que entender también en un sentido no meramente negativo, sino que hay que plantearla, ante todo, como el señalamiento de los elementos límite, de las debilidades
que este tipo de movimientos y sobre todo el concepto sobre el que se basan, que es el concepto de ciudadano, puedan llegar a tener. Así que, insisto, no es simplemente una mera crítica, una mera negatividad, ¿no? El concepto de ciudadanismo, en realidad, traduce lo que sería el término inglés republicanism, ¿no? Pasa que en lenguas como la nuestra, su traducción literal, que hubiera sido civilismo, sonaría demasiado a guerra civil, por lo que finalmente se ha planteado, digamos, el tema de la ciudadanía, o mejor dicho, del ciudadanismo, ¿no? Es un concepto que lo que trata es de recuperar básicamente el tema de la sociedad civil, una temática cada vez más identitaria y menos política, y esto es uno de los debates que voy a plantear a continuación, o al menos, digamos, con un tipo de identidad política debilitada, vinculada al Estado y demás, ¿no? De manera operativa, y para comenzar, se podría entender que este ciudadanismo es una corriente ideológica, más bien difusa, aunque muy ampliamente extendida, que promueve formas de gestión y de participación políticas en las que se realicen esos principios democráticos universales en los que se plantea o se entiende que el sistema liberal se sustenta. Lo único es que ese tipo de principios democráticos universales, según el ciudadanismo, aparecen adulterados por la usurpación, por la ocupación interesada por parte de un capitalismo despiadado al que se cree viable de moderar, de modificar incluso a través de la reforma moral y democrática. Quiere esto decir, por tanto, que el ciudadanismo como ideología no censura de manera explícita el capitalismo, sino más bien la versión neoliberal, despiadada, más cruel, la actividad perversa de una minoría desalmada de poderosos, eso que aquí se ha llamado la casta, contra la que la inmensa mayoría entiende el ciudadanismo debe sublevarse a través de medios democráticos. En ese sentido, el ciudadanismo hay que entenderlo básicamente, digamos, como un discurso y una práctica moderadas, al menos por lo que hace al orden capitalista, al cual solamente le reprochan sus excesos, su falta de escrúpulos, y de ahí que el ciudadanismo sea absolutamente compatible, haga compatible una cierta vehemencia, una incluso a veces radicalidad semántica con respecto a esa moderación que estaba comentando, ¿no? Hay varios elementos que identificarían este ideario, esta ideología ciudadanista. Se ha dividido en 6, no creo que sea posible, digamos, explicarlos todos aquí. Al menos iré planteando algunas de las cuestiones, a mi juicio, más destacadas al respecto, ¿no? La primera de ellas, es obvio, viene del propio término, tiene que ver sobre todo con el término ciudadano, ¿no? La puesta en valor de este sujeto ciudadano, incluso hasta generar un auténtico fetichismo del ciudadano en su formulación, ¿no? Este ciudadano hay que entenderlo básicamente como esa encarnación del individuo abstracto, ese individuo que aparece, digamos, con una eficacia simbólica máxima, como un personaje conceptual en el cual se reconoce la imagen de ese ser humano sin atributos, desafiliado, sin clase, sin nada semejante, también deshistorizado en la mayor parte de los casos, el ser humano como un cúmulo de potencialidades y de desarrollo, pero sin historia. En ese sentido, uno de los éxitos que podemos encontrar en el ciudadanismo es su habilidad para manejar un dialecto lleno de nociones oscuras o utilizadas de manera oscura y que pueden significar cualquier cosa, ¿no? Un auténtico neolenguaje donde hemos visto términos como, no sé, la multitud, la subjetividad, lo común, el poder constituyente, la hegemonía o, por ejemplo, el empoderamiento. La idea de empoderamiento es curiosa, ¿no? Porque, a fin de cuentas, parte de una brutal y absoluta individualización de ese individuo que se empodera a sí mismo, a través, básicamente, de su voluntad, a través de su deseo, pero sin ningún tipo de circunstancia histórica, sin ningún tipo de determinismo económico, político o social, ¿no? Esta concepción, esta base constituyente del ciudadanismo, la idea básica de este ciudadano, ¿no? Tiene también, digamos, otro elemento añadido, todas las características que quiero plantear, y es que, basándose precisamente en este ciudadano, existe la creencia de que la democracia, por sí misma, es capaz de oponerse al capitalismo. En efecto, si la base fundamental, como estoy diciendo, es el ciudadano, se entiende que un control ciudadano de las instancias nacionales e internacionales, como si fuera, digamos, un déficit de democracia exclusivamente lo que establece los límites posibles de esta actuación, esta acción ciudadana sería, digamos, capaz, por ejemplo, de parar cosas como la explotación o la desigualdad, ¿no? De esta idea ultraindividualista del ciudadano capaz en el sentido de esa movilización se distinguiría también o llegaría a su otro complemento, que sería la masa. Se puede decir en este sentido que el ciudadanismo se movería entre este individualismo extremo del individuo, del sujeto, del ciudadano, capaz de movilizarse a sí mismo, de ser consciente porque sí, y esa masa que en realidad es simplemente una aglomeración de estas individualidades agrupadas de una manera masiva, como dice el término, ¿no? El problema también en este sentido consiste en que confundir este tipo de masas, este tipo de agrupaciones con auténticas movilizaciones sociales puede llegar a ser todo un equívoco. O sea, confundir el número de manifestantes, de votantes o de mensajes SMS o de clics que se producen en las redes sociales no debería llevarnos a entender que eso ya es en sí una movilización. No se puede entender que eso ya sea, digamos, una pretensión política en sí misma. Dicho de otra manera, confiar en este tipo de masas es inútil. Es inútil porque lo que los convoca a ese tipo de masas también puede ser perfectamente lo que las desconvoca en cualquiera de los casos. Son masas hechas, ante todo, para los medios de comunicación. Ayer se decía, los medios de comunicación son un problema. En este caso, son la solución básica de la constitución de esta masa ciudadana, en la mayor parte de los casos. Y estas masas en realidad no quieren hacer política, las masas quieren ser objeto de la política, no quieren cambiar la sociedad, no quieren cambiar las cosas en el sentido estricto, quieren más bien que alguien se ocupe de ellas, quieren más bien que sean protegidas, que exista una idea de protección. Esta idea de la sociedad civil juega permanentemente con la ambigüedad, porque en cualquier caso, digamos, lo que se plantea en esta operación a la sociedad civil es una especie de, a la vez, participación, pero al mismo tiempo también que este tipo de participación esté encauzada necesariamente dentro de unos límites especialmente estrechos, dentro de, se decía ayer, una ventana especialmente estrecha. Y, en efecto, este, digamos, es un elemento muy constitutivo de la ideología ciudadana. Aquí también con diferencias. He dicho en mis premisas que voy a dedicarme básicamente a lo que es el ciudadanismo en este norte global. Pero si uno habla precisamente del término sociedad civil o incluso ciudadanía en el sur global, comprobará que allí, en términos históricos, estas cuestiones han evocado anhelos, esperanzas compartidas, han planteado en ese sentido auténticos elementos de oposición respecto a las dictaduras, ¿no? Pero ese mismo tipo de términos trasladados al norte global, lo que nos encontramos es una cuestión posiblemente distinta. La idea es no tanto una oposición a dictaduras, sino una democracia más directa, más participativa, una democracia de ciudadanos, ¿no? No se propone en ese sentido una forma específica de conseguirlo y este deseo de democracia directa acaba, como siempre, ante las urnas o en una abstención impotente. Una democracia directa que, en última instancia, se diluye en una cuestión muy simple. Lo político queda reducido tan solo y exclusivamente a lo electoral, ¿no? Esta cuestión, lo que plantea este posibilismo pragmático del ciudadanismo, lo que plantea en ese sentido es toda una panoplia de elementos constitutivos, de elementos de interacción que permiten este tipo de participación. Una participación que ha existido, por ejemplo, en los elementos de lo local, ¿no?, de las asociaciones locales, etcétera, etcétera, pero que tienen también, digamos, un elemento añadido que tiene que ver sobre todo con, no se quiere solamente la participación del ciudadano, sino formar al ciudadano, ¿no?, informar al ciudadano en cualquiera de los casos. Y esta formación, información, etcétera, nos lleva también precisamente a uno de los criterios fundamentales del ciudadanismo, que es su idea de moralización de la política. En efecto, hay en ese sentido, digamos, todo un criterio de constitución de la política en términos puramente morales. Se podría decir, un poco parafraseando lo que ha dicho el anterior contertulio, estamos en los tiempos del retorno sobre todo de Kant, ¿no? Una estetización de la política, una insistencia en ese carácter abstracto del individuo, etcétera, que, como tal, obvie los elementos históricos, los elementos constituyentes de lo histórico, los elementos, por ejemplo, que ya posiblemente estén anclados en el pasado, como clase u otros que han servido para la movilización política, para la movilización social, y que ahora son literalmente desterrados, posiblemente con razón, pero en cualquier caso abandonamos también aquel tipo de enseñanzas que ese tipo de conceptos nos han procurado en su momento. Otro de los elementos, y ya voy muy deprisa, quizá, que tiene que ver especialmente con este criterio ciudadanista, es el reforzamiento del Estado. En efecto, todo modelo ciudadanista es un modelo, en última instancia, estatalista, que reclama del Estado esos criterios básicos de protección, es el Estado el garante básico de la participación democrática y demás, ¿no? También aquí hay, digamos, una cierta confusión, en cierta forma, ¿no? Y es entender que este tipo de Estado, sobre todo esta recuperación del Estado del bienestar, del Estado keynesiano del bienestar, permitiría que el Estado actúe como una válvula, como mejor dicho, una contención respecto a los elementos más extremos del capitalismo, como si el Estado no fuera capitalista, por así decirlo, como si el Estado ocupara en términos históricos una posición neutral respecto al propio desarrollo del capitalismo. Más Estado significaría en ese sentido menos desigualdades sociales, incluso en sus extremos más Estado también podría implicar la ausencia, la eliminación de la explotación, ¿no? El problema de esta mirada nostálgica de la edad dorada del Estado del Bienestar consiste en entender que todo ese tipo de reformas que el Estado del Bienestar produjo en su momento eran reformas en realidad promovidas precisamente por la movilización ciudadana. No ha sido así. Este tipo de reformas más bien se debían, por una parte, digamos, a una necesidad específica del capitalismo histórico de un momento dado de su reconducción de la crisis, pero también por una presión específica por parte de la clase obrera en términos de reivindicaciones salariales y más allá, ¿no? Volver, digamos, atrás a la historia, plantear ese tipo de mirada nostálgica no deja de ser un error, pero en cualquier caso es un error planteado de manera interesada, porque lo que en última instancia plantearía el ciudadanismo es entender ese carácter mediador del Estado con respecto a los conflictos sociales, ¿no? Un carácter mediador del cual el propio ciudadanismo acabaría siendo también, digamos, un elemento básicamente de mediación. Bien, no tengo mucho más tiempo como para poder explicar el resto de aspectos que tienen que ver con la vocación ecuménica, internacionalista, a la vez que también básicamente nacional. Sí que me gustaría, por último, plantear que, en efecto, hay ciudadanismos de derechas y de izquierdas, que podemos, por ejemplo, comprobarlos precisamente en cuanto a la irrupción de los inmigrantes, o de manera más concreta, incluso con respecto a los refugiados, ¿no? Un ciudadanismo de izquierdas tiene siempre ese tipo de tono paternal o paternalista que aquí se denunciaba en cierta medida ayer, frente, por ejemplo, a los modelos de derechas que han insistido más bien en construir discursos protectivos de los derechos de los nacionales y demás. Ya digo, en ese sentido, el ciudadanismo tiene una panoplia relativamente amplia y demás, ¿no? En última instancia, y ya por acabar, lo que se trata, digamos, con un estudio como el que yo había hecho precisamente sobre ese tipo de movimientos sociales, consiste en algo a la vez sutil, difícil y problemático, en el sentido que analizar la ideología es también, digamos, procurarse a uno mismo estar fuera de ese criterio ideológico. Y es que la ideología, en última instancia, es como la halitosis. Digamos que el mal aliento siempre se ve en los demás, pero no en uno mismo. La pregunta en este sentido, con respecto al ciudadanismo, no consistiría tanto en identificar, y los hay, ese tipo de actores ciudadanistas, ese tipo de movimientos sociales, partidos, etcétera, ciudadanistas, sino cuánto de ciudadanista sigue existiendo en muchas de nuestras propuestas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mario. Now we are going to have Paula Barraquina. She is a lawyer specialized in international human rights. Having worked as a legal officer and executive assistant, she is a policy officer at the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees Bureau for the Middle East and North Africa. Awarded in academic excellence by the U.S. government, she holds a master's in law from the University of Pennsylvania. Paula, please.
Thank you. So I currently embody all the symptoms of public anxiety before speaking: racing heart, shaking legs, and stomachache. So, bueno, buenas tardes. Gracias por convocarnos en Madrid este fin de semana, gracias a CAF. Sobre todo, gracias por darme la oportunidad de compartir algunas ideas sobre un tema que por mi trabajo en el Alto Comisionado de Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados, pero también por el hecho de haber desarrollado mi carrera profesional fuera de España, me toca muy de cerca. El título de esta sesión me evoca pensamientos sobre la importancia del concepto de pertenecer, to belong, y la importancia del concepto de identidad legal, legal identity, en como muy bien han definido los organizadores el mundo móvil de hoy. But before I share with you some thoughts about the topic, I would like to share a few thoughts about myself. As a Spanish immigrant living abroad, now in Jordan, soon in Syria, and before that in China or Costa Rica, I have always struggled coming back home and fitting in into the society I was born into. The life that my friends and family have developed differs very much from the one I have developed in Jordan, and the concepts they have are very different to mine. So I usually find myself struggling and asking myself, do I really belong here? Do I fit in? And despite my friends and family make greatest efforts to make me feel at home, I sometimes feel I belong more to the country I'm currently living in than to the one of my own nationality. But the funny part is that when I'm abroad, the feeling of belonging quickly shifts, and I'm the biggest Spaniard in the country, in Jordan. I share my jamón serrano with everyone with a very proud attitude. I follow soccer and cheer for Spain in the Euro Cup, even though I have no understanding of soccer rules. And I try to keep on with Spanish TV, Spanish politics, because it makes me feel safe inside, that I belong to a place that I call home. So in today's mobile world, everyone is moving at a faster speed, saturated by mobile devices, social media, where populations are moving in ways that we did not expect years ago, where opportunities for work and education have exponentially increased, and the sky is not the limit anymore, it's way beyond. So I am a citizen of Spain. Having left my country out of my own choice, sometimes I feel I struggle coming to terms with understanding where do I really belong to. And this is where working with refugees and stateless persons is a crude reality check for me. Because not everyone is born to a legal identity, and not everyone is born with the luxury of feeling they belong. Not everyone moves out of their own will, their ambition, or their ability to pursue career opportunities. There's more than 65 persons that are currently displaced in the world, moving as a consequence of conflict. And for them, moving is a matter of protection. So my first point today is legal identity is a human right. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights establishes that everyone has the right to recognition everywhere as a person before the law. And from a legal perspective, this means ensuring that everyone, including those on the move, and especially those uprooted by conflict, have the means to exercise their rights and are not left unprotected. The way our society is structured, though, having a legal identity is the only way to access certain rights. Still today, the world hosts over 10 million stateless persons, apátridas. This means a stateless child is born every 10 minutes in this world. And for them, a lack of nationality means an effective deprivation of rights that the majority of population give for granted, such as education, job opportunities, just getting married. So the strongest message that UNHCR received from consultations with stateless persons was actually that they exist and they want to be recognized. Some of them said, I am a human being. Others said, it's a fact before your eyes that I exist. I am a part of society. But conflict and forced displacement have created new risks of statelessness among the displaced and vulnerable populations, while also exposing existing stateless groups to greater uncertainty. For example, the Syria situation illustrates this risk perfectly, and is maybe the first time we're linking displacement with a risk of statelessness. Why? Because during displacement, legal documentation is lost, is destroyed, or is confiscated, and sometimes it's impossible to replace. Due to the inability to return home, but sometimes once you return home, the legal system is completely destroyed. Even the server where those identity documents were kept is completely destroyed. So how do you prove your identity then? The absence of legal documentation can also create an impact on civil status, such as divorce or a simple birth registration. There are currently over 300,000 children who have been born, Syrian children, since the conflict started. Family separation and gaps in birth registration systems could eventually lead to children being unable to prove their parentage or their nationality. So how do we tackle this situation? It will certainly not be resolved overnight. It implies strong cooperation and will of all levels of society. UNHCR, as the agency mandated to protect and assist refugees and statelessness, is working to reduce and mitigate risk of statelessness by ensuring all children are born to a legal identity and a nationality, and registering all children upon birth in exile. We also advocate for the change in nationality laws to promote the rights of women and children specifically, and further promote international standards relating to the prevention and reduction of statelessness and accession to the convention. But as our previous speaker said before, it's not only about the law, it's also about the implementation. So with this, we're hopeful that statelessness will end by 2024. Now this may be extremely optimistic, and it tackles the issue of legal identity, but it doesn't tackle the issue of belonging. So my second point today is belonging is a human need. The concept of belonging is often overlooked, but is one that can shake a person to its core. Without a sense of belonging, the risk of stateless persons of feeling marginalized, alienated, worthless is very real. Speaking to stateless persons not so long ago, they mentioned that the feeling of belonging nowhere, of being invisible, is the one they struggle with the most. I want to share the words of Bikash, who's a stateless 25-year-old in Malaysia. And he said something that stuck to me, which is, my entire life is a question mark. I don't think there's much to add when someone tells you my entire life is a question mark. So how do we go about this? I don't have the answers, but I hope we can all put our minds together today and come up with some forward-looking recommendations. In my very humble opinion, it's crucial to open up societies and embrace the mobile element of today's world, to foster solidarity and to give those who feel they don't belong a place to belong to. It means letting go of stigmas or the unfounded fear that has impregnated societies, getting to know the person who's sitting next to you for who they really are and not for who you think they are or what you think they're going to do to you, and making them feel at home. Because the world is their home, and no matter where they are, it's still their home. And while this is crucial for stateless persons, it's also very important for refugees, who for a particular period in time, sometimes very long periods, sometimes their whole life, are hosted by other countries other than their nationality. So we have to ensure non-discrimination, social cohesion, and embracing refugees and their circumstances that will only make us a better society. Investing in refugees themselves is giving them a real chance to move forward. And my last point today relates to the mobility component of this session and the responsibility that we have as an international community to provide legal options for refugee mobility and to invest in their futures. For me, it's a paradox that in a world that moving seems so simple, sometimes it's just hopping on a plane, while others have to risk their lives in order to move. And for refugees, it's not about moving. Moving is a means for their protection. So we need to increase access of refugees to humanitarian visas, to scholarships, family reunification schemes, or labor mobility schemes. In addition to being vital to provide protection to refugees, such schemes have a multifaceted effect because they are, in a way, gives protection, it alleviates the burden on refugee hosting countries, and I'm speaking particularly to the ones neighboring Syria, but it also enables them to support through remittances people back home. Providing opportunities for refugees outside the region is giving them an opportunity for a life and opening a door that now is closed. Now allow me to conclude by telling you a very brief story. As Katja was mentioning yesterday, there are some stories that make you connect with something and see things in a different way. So I'm going to tell you the story about this resilient Colombian refugee woman living in Costa Rica who had to cross from Colombia to Panama by foot. Now, I don't know if you have ever been in that zone, but it's not an easy hike, not to say the least. And after many years in exile, arriving to Costa Rica with no proof of her studies, having depleted her savings completely, she started her own business and acquired Costa Rican nationality. And she said she felt as much Costa Rican as she did Colombian, because Costa Rica had given her another chance at life. She once told me, despite everything she had gone through, hunger, living in the streets, sexual harassment, sexual abuse, you name it, the hardest thing for her had been to leave her country with a 10-minute window to put her life in one backpack before running away. And she said, how do I put my life into one backpack? That legitimate and very sincere question was since then, for me, a daily reminder that I was lucky. I was lucky to be born with a legal identity. I was lucky to be able to pose myself the question, where do I belong to, or in which country do I want to live, or where do I want to belong to? But life is not only a matter of luck. And if it is, then we're doing something really wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula, for sharing your thoughts and your story. I would like to invite now Mr. John Ralston Saul. Mr. John Ralston Saul is a Canadian award-winning essayist and novelist, often regarded as Canada's leading public intellectual. He has been declared as prophet by Time magazine and is included in the prestigious Ethne Readers list of the world's 100 leading thinkers and visionaries. His 14 books have been translated into 28 languages in 37 countries. Some of his most important works include the philosophical trilogy, Vultures, Bastards, The Unconscious Civilization, and The Doubter's Companion, with its conclusion on equilibrium. His most recent novel is Dark Diversions, and the most recent essay, The Comeback, which has changed the conversation on Indigenous issues in Canada. In his work, The Collapse of Globalism, he predicted the financial crisis in 2008 and the current rise of populism. Mr. Saul is the former president of PEN International, the world's largest writers' organization with over 150 centers in 120 countries. He co-founded and co-chairs the Institute for Canadian Citizenship, which among its many activities organizes the annual Conference of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees, 6 Degrees Citizen Space, taking place in Toronto every fall. Mr. Saul is a key voice in the global discussion about how we build inclusive societies. Please, Mr. Saul.
Thank you very much, and it was wonderful to have Raphael and a number of other people in the room at 6 Degrees, the first year of 6 Degrees this autumn. I'm losing my voice, but we'll see. I'm going to try to do something very simple, what you might call the metaphysics of how we imagine ourselves, how we imagine what we can do. And from imagination, you have to organize ideas, and then you have to organize language, and then you have to organize the organization for the ideas and the language, and then you have to do something. And that's the natural and standard process, whether you're in a dictatorship or a democracy. Dictatorships could leap over a lot of the interim steps, but democracies have great difficulty with that. So over the last 2 days, we've had a really fascinating conversation. I've learned a lot, frankly, from people, starting with the refugee crisis, going to media coverage, to nationalism, and then to citizenship, and I think it was a very sensible circle. Yesterday, after the first session, I pointed out that the main words used were refugee and migrant. And it wasn't a criticism, it's just that's the way the conversation is organized today. And of course, they end up almost inevitably in a kind of opposition. And then Gonzalo quite rightly pointed out how there's a sort of debate between cosmopolitanism versus nationalism and individual rights versus territorial rights. And all of these are negatives. All of these are what you might call negative tensions, which tells you something about how we're thinking about it, how we're imagining it. We're imagining it in a Manichaean way, which leads to opposition. That's really the heart of the problem. You can explain where the powers lie that force this, which is an underlying issue. But you could also change the discourse from those negative tensions into what I would call positive tensions. Only ideologues think there is no tension because they have the answer. Democracy is all about tension. I think you would agree. But that tension can be incredibly creative and positive. So once you introduce interesting concepts of immigration, of citizenship, of belonging, and of responsibility attached to all of that, you change the conversation and the meaning completely, and you do move, I think, from ideas of negative nationalism to what I would call positive nationalism. Because the idea that people don't belong somewhere is a crazy ideological idea. People belong somewhere. They have a form of nationalism. It doesn't have to be negative. It can be citizen-based nationalism. But if you don't accept that, when the moment comes for people to defend their belonging, they will have no choice but to go towards the negative, if they do not have the right and the possibility to go towards this positive. This morning, during the globalist argument, if you like, we saw that, and I think this is the way it is presented, it's standardly presented as somehow a borderless, utilitarian inevitability based on interests, not on citizenship, not on the public good, not on empathy, and its result is disassociation, whatever else its results are. So whether it's stoppable or not stoppable, that's what it does in the form that it currently takes. And that explains, that utilitarianism explains why we're in the kind of crisis we are. And of course, what comes with all of that is what people have talked about, which is a constant undermining of citizenship, belonging, positive nationalism, and citizen power, and therefore of democracy, because democracy is based on a lot of practicalities that somebody lives three houses down on this street, and they have an opinion that starts 3 houses down on this street. It may get to the global, but it starts there and is very attached to something. But I think there are other great dangers. Cosmopolitanism. This room is filled with people who are cosmopolitan. We chose to get on the airplanes, having been invited. The millions of refugees and even the immigrants did not choose. It wasn't their first choice, let's put it that way. They may have chosen, but it wasn't their first choice. So the idea that we're living in an era of cosmopolitanism and that people like us sweep refugees and immigrants into our intellectual structure is a very dangerous idea. Many refugees and immigrants have come and may wish to go home. Some may wish to stay and have 2 identities. But that doesn't mean that mobility is their priority. They want mobility, as you said, for the purposes needed, but they don't see a complex idea of mobility as their priority. At 6 Degrees, we asked a large number of people what did they think the leading characteristic of citizenship was today, and they said safety and stability. That, I think, is a great reality. I think we also have to be aware of something that's attached to that, which is also about us, which is the urban idea that if only the cities dominated, that the urban idea is so sophisticated, it's so international, and we could somehow get rid of the countryside and apparently the environment, to a great extent. When you actually ask immigrants, far more of them say that they would like to live in smaller communities than in cities, because they feel more comfortable in those places, providing they can get jobs. So the challenge is how you combine the citizenship of belonging with cosmopolitanism. And the great difficulty is the utilitarian opposition to citizen power, as well as what lies underneath that, which is the old Western ideas of identity based on racial type, on monolithic ideas of the nation state, on an idea of belonging which is exclusive rather than inclusive. And this isn't simply about Europe and North and South America, it's about Africa, it's about the Middle East, because we know that the European empires imposed that model on all of us in the Middle East, those borders, those attitudes. Everybody is still trying to escape from those. And so somebody said yesterday that the anti-Muslim language is exactly the same as the anti-Jewish language, but it's also exactly the same as the Catholic language used in Europe against Catholics and the Catholic language used against Protestants. These are very old habits. So when you don't have a positive idea of citizen power and positive nationalism, when a crisis comes, you fall very quickly back into these very destructive ideas of how you oppose people. One inevitable monolithic idea can be opposed to another. And what that is really leading me to is the idea that the challenge for us is the challenge of complexity, that in reality, people want safety and stability, or they want to be able to move around, but people are capable of more than one loyalty. Since when? Why do governments get to decide the definition of our loyalty? That was not the original idea of democracy or of philosophy. People are perfectly capable of multiple personalities. We all are 20 or 30 different things depending on how we feel and where we are. Some of them might be about countries, some of them might be about politics, some of them might be about sex, some of them might be about clothing or food. It doesn't matter. We can love much more than one thing. And that means that it's entirely possible, in spite of, for example, the ideas of Le République laïque, that you can only be one thing, that actually you can take religion, civil society, and individual rights and put them all together. That, if you'll forgive an English language joke, that it is perfectly possible to create a multiple personality order. Sorry. In a full English language audience, it's really funny. But anyway, or maybe it just isn't funny here. I don't know. Anyway, if you look at the crisis, if you look at the blockage, look at the essence of it. From 1950 on, Europe became a massive continent of immigration, country by country. Immigrants have been coming, before that as well, but no, since 1950 have been coming and coming to Europe. And yet, after 65 years, no country in Europe and the EU has an immigration policy. They don't have, and Germany, the vice chancellor, suggested an immigration policy and was shoved to the side. No country in Europe, I may be wrong on this, so I may almost know, just in case, but I can't find one, country in Europe has a minister of citizenship and immigration. Citizenship and immigration and refugee policy all comes under the ministries of the interior, which is to say under the police and security. So people can say, oh yes, but you don't understand, there are firewalls, it's completely different. I don't care. If you organize your idea of citizenship under the police, you have made a fundamental philosophical, emotional, and policy and power idea. And that is the nature of the European problem. Take citizenship out of the ministries of the interior, you have, I think, very quickly, a very different thing. For a start, there are lots of experts on immigration, citizenship, refugees, but they're not brought together in any sensible or logical way. So that when a crisis hits Europe, of course, you know, first of all, security is evoked. Secondly, there's confusion. Nobody has any statistics. Nobody knows how people are related to each other in terms of creating a proper policy to deal with what is actually happening. So wonderful things are happening in Europe, but in a completely disorganized way. And the rise of the security forces over the last 15 years has only made this worse. I think there's a desperate need in Europe for an immigration policy and immigration policies. I think there's a desperate need, if this group wanted to push for something, to push for the creation of ministries of citizenship, immigration, and refugees, that would force a reorganization of the thought patterns and the actions that are possible. But I think it would be a real attack on the structures which produce quite easily fear and exclusion, security ideas. It would help people escape from the monolithic narrative to a non-monolithic narrative. And on a very practical level, it would allow people to focus on things like investment in schools, investment in smaller class sizes for immigrants, support systems, rethinking old messages of exceptionalism, which we know aren't true, linking immigration to citizenship. This is the Canadian paragraph. I always say at citizenship ceremonies in Canada, you need to have citizenship ceremonies in Europe. There are a few. They are a very important moment when the people who are born here or are citizens get together in a large room with maybe 200 people, with the people who've come and have decided to become citizens. And it's a celebration of an enormous change in those people's lives. It's like immigration, a great and noble term, is getting engaged, and the citizenship ceremony is a marriage ceremony. And like all marriages, it's incredibly complicated. Not necessarily happy. All sorts of people betray people. All sorts of people think 3 or 4 things at the same time. But it is a formal and public commitment to be part of a society, not to the exclusion of other societies. You know? And if you start thinking about it that way, I think you start thinking in a very different way. So let me wrap this up by saying that I purposefully wanted to end with something which I think is really, really simple. Like all philosophical ideas of metaphysics, it's really simple. It is not that complex. It is not about footnotes. And I think that if you don't rethink those ideas, then the West will be leading the world into the catastrophe, which it is leading the world into. It's not the Middle East that's leading the world into a catastrophe. It's Europe, to a great extent, which is the leading force at this point. And I say this as someone who spends a lot of time in Europe and loves being here. The catastrophe of the absence of these ideas of complexity and inclusion produce very easily what we're seeing now. And for us, it was said once this morning or yesterday, I can't remember, you know, anti-intellectualism is created by intellectuals. It is not created by Donald Trump. Trump feeds off, or Sarkozy feeds off the failures of the intellectual class. The intellectuals fail, anti-intellectualism becomes possible. And one could say the same thing about elite structures, power structures. When they fail, they open the door to racism, to populism, and so on. There is no room. Nobody wants to be a racist except for a very small number of lunatics. But once you open the door, it becomes the only available possibility, which is why various people have said, I don't think Europeans are really racist. I agree. I don't think there's maybe 3 or 4% of the population are really racist and they're sick. The rest of them have a variety of options. You shut down the other options, and that's where people end up. So all I'm saying is that we need an enormous rethinking of how we imagine what we can do. And I think that will require from people like us a kind of engagement in society which takes place partly in this room and other rooms, but actually takes place in schoolhouses and in rooms working with people who need to learn Spanish or Portuguese, or kids who've just arrived in the country and need to be tutored by senior politicians, senior lawyers, senior academics. People in the elite need to start taking a serious percentage of their time and moving out of the comfort zones and going into the discomfort zones in the north banlieue de Paris, wherever it is, and working with the people who are there who, and I've seen this, I've seen where it works in Canada. It's an astonishing thing when you put kids together around a table with leading members of society to help them on their homework. And I can tell you, I can explain a very precise system in the question, and I can tell you that within 1 year, those kids move into a totally different zone, not because they've been told what to do, but because they've been included in a conversation with the people who run the place, and they have a totally different approach to how their society works. So, a balance in a complex society is a balance between belonging and mobility, and between integration and diversity. I think it's as simple as that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. And thank you very much for all the speakers who share the thoughts. Instead of, I don't know, summarizing everything you said, one main idea comes to me, and this is the fact that during the last decades, mobility became a new sort of capital in our world. And mobility in the sense of people moving, information moving, people moving inside their societies, identities. Khaled said, for example, that we are losing control of the reality, and I have the feeling that actually we are losing the control of our identity, and we are not prepared for that in our world. We live in a place where we feel we need to be safe. We are not trained to accept our human condition of uncertainty. And this is very problematic at the end of the day. Or as, for example, when Ayo said that the mobility needs to be converted into freedom for people. Or when we talk, for example, following what Paula said on the needs for legal identity and moving actually just to survive. Also, Mario told us like the dangers of the discourse on citizenship, how it can be easily be adopted by leftists or right-wings. So the way we need really to condensate our principles when we are talking about, citizenship. And I am really afraid to take one main idea from John. He said many things. I think what brings me more is the conclusion of that we have to find ways to face this problem of inequality, since mobility became a sort of capital and more important. How can we transform it into something more equal? We could do that in the last decades, but time goes on, and it's very hard now just to exclude the bad things of the globalization and to bring for us the good things of the globalization. It's time, the last decades are showing us through different sorts of phenomena, environmental phenomena, economical, social, that we need to think globally in terms of equality. I will open now the debate for all the participants. Please, use your name tags in a way I can see who would like to contribute or to ask. Please do not take more than 2 minutes. Then we give the chance to many participants to take part on this debate.
Thank you very much. My name is Khalid Taha. I'm a technologist, if you would say, or I've learned a lot during these interesting sessions, but I'm afraid that maybe I was living in the past through the sessions, given that the dynamics of the mobility mindset where the Facebook is leading us. I think we are, if I need to go to the future, the way that I see citizenship or identity, or what's so-called digital citizenship or digital identity, there is 2 elements that's very interesting to maybe to take on with us, and I'd like to raise the question is, how do we perceive this? Because Facebook is really implementing this new concept or introducing this concept of citizenship, which is free from the location or space place, free from the time, or so we are, for the first time ever, we're going to see this kind of citizenship or identity, which is really free from geographical locations, as well as maybe the time shifting where we might be living in the past and the present or on the future. I understand there is a lot of philosophical thinking about this one, but I would like to see how do you perceive this, how we gonna, it could be an opportunity, the way I see it, we have an opportunity, a big opportunity to redefine citizenship. I don't see that we have a problem with the stateless status quo, because for me, I am by origin, I am a Palestinian born in Bethlehem. I'm Jordanian as well, British with British citizenship. So if you ask me the question, I think who you are, I think this is a problematic question right now, and I don't need to answer this question. When I live in the digital world, I think I'm free from all this restriction. This is my question. Thank you very much.
Please, Wada.
Just to follow on what Khalid is actually indicating, I am dealing with a concept of the multilingual or simultaneous translation, multilingual technical facilities that are now developing very fast. And that's going to be a trend for the next few years to come. It means I can communicate with anyone using my own mother tongue, and he can also speak, or she can speak her mother tongue, and I understand simultaneously, and the other person understands simultaneously. And I don't know to what extent that is going to introduce to us also another tool of communication which might create much better understanding. Because before I needed to learn English so I may communicate with English-speaking person or understand him. But now, the new technology very soon is going to introduce to us that kind of concept. I think Google right now is working on Google Lens that's going to communicate with that, and many other platforms that are already in implementation. And I personally in journalism interested in implementing some of these techniques. So people who would like to write or speak, they write or speak in their own language, and then that simultaneously can be available in any language for anyone who would like to understand it. Within this, I understand language is one of the most important definitions of identity or belonging. To what extent, and this question of course to the panel again, Khalid Hajji spoke about it intensively, to what extent can that shift the concept of belonging and identity into a new horizon?
From our panelists, who would like to answer those questions related to technology and mediation, human mediation, citizenship? We have three people who would like to say. If we are all very
I will be brief. I will be brief. I would say that technology is one thing, but here we are in a room together. We could as well have stayed in our places. So I think that it may come in future that we don't need to travel, but at the moment I think we are still very much in need of human interface. On the issue of Facebook, yes, it opens doors and you can communicate, but what it does, it seems to me, is that it shows people what is out there, whereas before people might have been content to stay because they didn't, as they say, the child who's never left his father's farm thinks that his father's farm is the biggest. But now you can see that there are bigger farms out there and you want to go there. So I don't think that's really the answer to the problem of citizenship and communication is good, but mere communication by itself doesn't answer the questions that we're facing in the world today, I think.
Leonardo da Vinci drew a picture. He drew a picture of a heart. It is now in Windsor Palace. And he wrote underneath, from now on you need images to communicate truth and reality. Words, leave them for the blind people. There was a conflict between image and word in the process of history, and now we are living the triumph of image culture. Simultaneous translation will impoverish further communication because we don't. Simultaneous translation does not express the nuances. If I tell you the word world, le monde in Arabic, in French, it is as opposed to l'immonde, mundus immundus, beauty as opposed to ugliness. Cosmos from cosmetics as opposed to chaos. Always this dichotomy, this antithetical relationship between beauty and ugliness. If I speak language, if I speak Arabic, I have a totally different conception of the world. My world is a sign. Al-alam alama, al-alam alama. The world is a sign. Tu'allim, it teaches, it hints, tu'alim. So my conception of the world, if I speak Arabic, is not the same as if I speak European languages. So we need to take time in order to translate the nuances. So we are killing meaning and we are reducing language to image. That's what we are doing.
Thank you. I think new technologies, Facebook and simultaneous translation can definitely help with the belonging component in furthering communication, in having someone coming into a society or being part of a new society that they were not before. I think the issue and the question comes when talking about legal identity and access to rights. And I think we still have to go a long way before those two can come together. I still think legal identity as we understand it today and access to rights is the key. And I don't think the social media or the online platforms still have the key to that, and we still need other means.
Pues planteado a un tecnólogo, este tipo de respuestas son difíciles, pero diría que si nos fijamos en primer lugar en Facebook, Facebook es una empresa privada, con lo cual lo que establece no es un espacio público, político, sino un espacio privado de utilización específica y de control también de todo aquello que en Facebook se refleje. Los macrodatos, la mina de datos, que cada vez tiende a ser más, digamos, uno de los elementos principales por parte de uso de las empresas, es precisamente Facebook, uno de los que lo inauguran junto con Google y demás. Como empresa privada, por cierto, tiene además toda una serie de mecanismos de financiación que son, por decirlo así suavemente, inquietantes. El tipo de personalidad, el tipo de individualidad o de sujeto que se asoma a Facebook, que aparece en Facebook, es precisamente esta idea que estaba comentando antes de la abstracción del individuo. No es simplemente, digamos, un individuo con su existencia, etcétera, sino que está filtrado, establecido a través de los criterios privados y específicos que una empresa como Facebook pueda plantear. Lo mismo puede decirse con respecto al lenguaje que ya está dicho, ¿no? Yo a un tecnólogo lo diría, bueno, eso de la traducción simultánea es como el paso del sonido analógico al sonido digital, o más aún todavía al MP3, que es, a fin de cuentas, una comprensión, eliminando todo aquel tipo de nuance, todo aquel tipo de especificaciones de una lengua. No solamente se produce en la traducción simultánea, se produce, de hecho, también en los propios lenguajes que utilizamos, ¿no? Un ejemplo arquetípico sería este inglés de Acoiné, este inglés que nos sirve para comunicar y que se ha planteado en ocasiones que tiene unas 2.000, 3.000 palabras como mucho, y que de nuevo no había que entender como el inglés, en sentido estricto, que es mucho más complejo. Analizar un lenguaje periodístico en la actualidad llevaría a conclusiones parecidas, ¿no? Es un aplastamiento del lenguaje que hace que éste pierda su capacidad expresiva, en la mayor parte de los casos, en aras o en beneficio de una supuesta comunicación que lo que traduce o que transmite es un estándar, no precisamente la singularidad de las comunicaciones.
So, I mean, there's always, I'll use the word again, utilitarian language. And the machinery is getting almost within sight of being able to do utilitarian language. That's completely different from running a society or a civilization. There's no question that this machinery is opening up all sorts of possibilities while opening up problems, and we're going to have, the next 25 years will be a major fight as to who, between governments, private sectors, and the citizens, over who's going to have use and access to all of this. And at this point, the citizens are losing. We're not losing badly, but we're losing because the others are confused. 2 weeks ago, I was with people who are specialists in this area, the people who invented all of this. What's called the Toronto School. It's the successors to Marshall McLuhan, Harold Innis, Edmund Carpenter, and so on. And I can tell you, all these people, I don't understand most of what they're saying. They're as confused as we are about where this is going. So this is technology. We don't know what it's going to do. One thing we're certain of, that it's a long, long way from that business of being in a room together, of what can be done around a small table, a medium-sized table, a parliament. We're just so far away from that. Maybe it will come at some moment when people can have the feeling that they are actually together. At this point, it's just interesting technology. And, as with certain technology that was great for running the Holocaust and healthcare systems, the Holroyd counting machine, or technologies that were great for running the great cotton industry in England and the slave trade in the United States, technology has no moral or ethical content, none. So it's really a question of what we manage to make it do. And we have no idea at this point. We're trying to use it, all of us in different ways. I mean, I use Twitter. I think it's a good way to get stuff out there, fast, But I certainly asked to trade this meeting with Twitter. There's no question what I choose,
How do you see the challenge coming from this machine identity? I mean, we are seeing that in 25 years, that the machine will control the human being. So we have a new identity for the entire human being. against the algorithms, and we are raising now ethical issues of the algorithms for Google, Facebook, Twitter, whatsoever.
I don't think that's what's going to happen. I
think
really don't.
We are living in this, I think.
It seems you're going to a post-humanist debate. Anyone would
Just
like
can
to?
I follow up only just on the first question, because this is really very important. I mean, now the mainstream of technology universe is talking about the fourth industrial revolution. And the fourth industrial revolution in this case is the meeting point of artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, and biotechnology. This means that technology is not going to continue to be that separate entity outside us. It's going to integrate with our bodies and neurosystem. It means the artificial intelligence and the nanotechnology will become in us. Now, this is reality. I have attended a conference recently on future trends, and the Koreans presented to us how humans have been injected with nanotechnology, and it is basically starting to reshape the way that they behave, and they think that this is going to be a major trend in the next 5 to 10 years, where you can go buy things and insert it in your body, and you change the way that you think and the way that you behave. Definitely in this case, the humans are going to face a new challenge. It has never been before. I mean, the fact that technology in the first and second and third industrial revolutions was a separate entity, that it interacts with us, we use it. That's true. It was a utility. Now it might not continue to be a utility. It might become an integrated concept within us. And in this case, it will be something different from the first three human three industrial revolutions. If that trend continues, I'm sure the redefinition of what we know. And just to give you one small and final question, information. According to the science of artificial intelligence, in the year 2035, the artificial intelligence that will be done through the machines will be hundreds of or thousands of times more than the natural intelligence done by humans. And that every one of us will have to access, or some of us, not everyone, to access it through the clouds. And this will make you think again of what the human knowledge itself will be achieving or will be facing dangerously, as you said, or positively when that becomes a reality. Thank you.
Okay, now we went definitely to the post-humanistic debate. This is a fact, but it's also mobility. It's a mobility because we are talking about generational transfer of knowledge and the accumulation of knowledge and technology. And the problems we're facing now is basically that one elite or some demographic sectors or whatever, they can have access and sometimes even control over things that do not belong to our time. So the chance to accumulate now is much bigger than it was before in the past. But the keys to change the situation for the rest of the population is also much broader. Mr. Amorim wants to contribute. May I ask you something as well? I cannot miss the chance. When John was finishing his presentation, there are some ideas we are trying to develop here at the Common Action Forum. Basically, two different fields in our world nowadays that seems to be quite separate, and we would like to bridge them. And John gave already one idea. I would like to know about your opinion on his idea. And the issue is diplomacy and all the heritage, all the tradition of diplomacy, and on the other side, the movements that are, let's say, developing citizenship. They seem to belong to different spheres. One belongs to the sphere of the nation state, in the case of diplomacy, and the other belongs to the sphere of the cities. the scale of life. John mentioned the creation of ministries of citizenship, for example, or anyway, I was just curious how to bridge those both spheres.
And you want me to give a solution to that question? Well, let me try to start with what you said. I believe in Sweden there is I think I met someone who was a minister of citizenship or something like that. So I think there is some exceptions anyway, which is an interesting thing. I think the reasoning of putting citizenship under the Ministry of Interior is really make it a police question, which is, I think it's very interesting, because in the 30s, even before the 30s in Brazil, there was a president who used to say the social question is a police question. So in a way, the fact that all the discussion on citizenship and to a large extent also identity is under the Ministries of Interior is to make citizenship and identity and all that a police question. And I think that's the basic mistake maybe, or maybe the wrong way that we are going into. So that's my comment on that. The fact that, well, diplomacy is basically an affair of state, but I would not exaggerate that, because more and more there is influence of civil society. I'm absolutely sure that, for instance, in the case, I'm sorry that my compatriot Arlene is not there, but I think it's, I'm absolutely sure that, for instance, in framing the Brazilian position on questions like climate change, civil society was absolutely essential. It was not something decided by the state in the end. And I think Brazil, when it made its first offer, which was an offer of reduction, I mean, according to the rules that were established of diminishing the CO2 emissions, it was a decision which was, of course, very much influenced by civil society. And I think this is true in many other areas. I think in the question of even immigration, the attitude towards foreigners and all that, that's to a large extent a reaction of civil societies. Sometimes, of course, the reaction of state is a more opportunistic and of electoral type, but I think a lot of the effectiveness of civil society depends on its capacity to organize itself and, of course, offer the ideas. I think we had a problem, for instance, of identity, which in the Brazil, which was called, which led to the creation of a group called Os Brasileirinhos, the little Brazilians, because these were precisely children that, because of some very specific technicality, they were stateless. I mean, I don't want to explain because it's too complicated. In the end, it was solved, actually, because of the movement of the civil society. It's not the same, of course, of the problems that you find in places like the Middle East and so on. So I would not make this big separation between diplomacy and civil society. I think there is of course, there are matters which are typically state matters, still largely, but I think the gray area is augmenting itself. No, when I asked for the floor was really to comment on what was being discussed about new forms of translation and artificial intelligence, and as it was put by our president, the fourth industrial revolution or technological revolution. And I think all this is very interesting. I mean, of course, I'm a film buff, and I remember very well the 2001 A Space Odyssey, which is precisely about the domination of how the computer actually dominated the human being, not admitting. Actually, that happens to me every day. I try to do things and my computer says, you can't do that. I say, why you can't do that? Anyway, so it already happens. So it will happen more and more, I suppose. So that's very interesting, and I think it's a matter for speculation. But I think for a group like this one, what should matter more is not exactly what will happen and if technology will dominate us or if we'll be imbricated into technology, but whether these new technologies will increase inequality it will increase the possibilities of domination, or on the contrary, they will help us make a more a world based on equality and equity. And I agree with what John said. Technology in itself is neutral. It's the use that we make of it that is tremendously important. But of course, we have to be aware of the possibilities in order to make the appropriate use. And I think this is really the big challenge is not so much what will happen, but how we want that to happen. Thank you.
Can I just add like a sentence, which is that I think that in fact, if artificial intelligence gets to where you think it'll get, there will be a fight involving human beings, a political fight, or it may be a physical fight, over what we will allow and not allow. I mean, at every stage in history, stuff comes along, and I'm not sure you can separate that we used it and it's going to be in us. I'm not sure that division is quite as clear as all that, because I think it has always been in us. It's always been profoundly within us. And the way we've used it has altered us profoundly, or not used it. You know, were we used or did we use it? This is a profound change. And so the technical possibility of inserting it or it being smarter than us, I think is actually secondary. You know, societies have always had the problem of somebody who's smarter than them. You know, the problem of the United States in the Vietnam War was that Robert McNamara was smarter than anybody else. And that led them to disaster. So, I mean, this idea of being smarter is not necessarily something that, because it's technology, is going to lead you somewhere else. And I think one of the really interesting things about diplomacy, and I don't know if you'd agree, but I see quite a bit of it, and I think actually diplomacy after a low point in some ways of leaders really thinking they just had to get on the phone to Putin, you know, that actually I see ambassadors and embassies getting a new kind of power that's much more local, because people are realizing that as things are becoming more and more complicated and less centralized, you've got to have somebody on the ground to find out what the hell is going on. Whereas for about 30 years, there was this slow decline of the ambassador as the potentate, or the, you know, not the potentate, the actual representative. Now it's really coming back in a very surprising way.
Does anybody want to contribute? Eduardo, por favor.
Se está haciendo un debate muy interesante sobre el desarrollo tecnológico, pero yo querría traer a la atención de los aquí participantes, analizando desde mediados del siglo pasado para aquí, las cosas que ha generado la humanidad además de la tecnología. Generó la desaparición forzada masiva de personas. Recordemos que inicialmente ni siquiera pudo ubicarse en Naciones Unidas dónde iba a estar el grupo de trabajo que debiera abordar esta problemática. Crimen quizás el más atroz, porque ni siquiera tiene la certeza de la muerte del desaparecido. Agrega ese interrogante psicológico. Luego se generó la marginación social forzada, aquello que, al decir del psicólogo institucionalista Robert Castell, son los individuos que primero pierden el trabajo, luego los lazos familiares, luego toda ruptura de lazo social, de pertenencia, finalmente un cuarto mundo, así lo decía Castell, poblado de extraños extranjeros, nuestros compatriotas. Y ahora estamos aquí convocados por lo que podríamos bautizar como el desplazamiento o expulsión territorial forzada, masiva de personas. Esto está ocurriendo ahora. Yo no sé si el desarrollo tecnológico puede dar algún aporte a esto. Lo que me parece sí cierto es que en todos estos 4 ejemplos que hemos pergeñado, hay una pérdida de la condición humana. Y creo que esa pérdida de la condición humana solo puede ser rescatada mediante la única filosofía política y social que ha dado el siglo XX, que es la filosofía de los derechos humanos. Gracias.
Thank you. My question is directed to anyone from the panel, and it regards the, can I still be, can I still belong to a nation if I'm a global citizen? I mean, most of us have got a global culture now. We identify with other cultures other than those that we, or those that come from our own, from our countries. And what is that going to do? I mean, the global culture versus nationalism. I think it's one dynamic that needs to be looked at. The second thing is about the international solidarity. To what extent is that also threatening nationalism? Because most of us here are somehow, one way or the other, in solidarity with something that is not national from where we come from. And you'll have often a pushback from the national players who do not necessarily agree with your importation of a global agenda, which is happening at the moment around the world. So those are the challenges, I think, that nationalism and belonging are facing. One is this global culture, which we identify with through social media, through Starbucks and McDonaldization of our culture and what we drink, eat, speak, etc. And the other one is the international solidarity on issues, for example, of climate change, issues of gender parity, issues of Palestine, for example. All of those issues are bringing certain sensitivities within our nation states. And I think those things are very important to look at and to try and locate them within the debate of belonging and citizenship.
I think our meeting or our encounter is an opportunity to re-articulate, reformulate the question of identity itself. Because the question of identity can be formulated differently according to whether you are speaking one language or another language, whether you are coming from one culture or from another culture. So it's a matter of projection. How can we project ourselves into the future and rethink the question of identity and reformulate and re-articulate it? That's what all is about. We referred to modes of communication. Languages, for instance, they are grammars of existence. There are different grammars of existence, and we want to impose one grammar of existence on the whole world. We are impoverishing the world. In the 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century, artists like D.H. Lawrence were looking for unknown modes of being, because this mode of being is a jail. We are trying to outgrow it by resorting to the diversity of languages to rethink. We cannot rethink identity within one system. Other people, the question of identity, it is a trap. You can identify an animal as being dangerous. You can say the lion is dangerous because it reacts by instinct. A cat is domesticable. It is not. But you cannot identify a man as dangerous because of the color of his skin. Now, humanity is a ladder, and you climb up and you descend in the ladder by what you do. So, as the French philosopher said, l'homme n'est pas. L'homme is what he does. So I think by this diversity of languages, diversity of cultures, is an opportunity for us to articulate the question of identity itself. Other languages cannot say, I am. You cannot say, I am in some other languages.
Paulo, is your question related to that, or are we changing?
But just, I mean, I go back to continue on the same thing. You know, people are perfectly capable of having more than one identity. If you want to go to a Starbucks and you like mediocre coffee, that's fine. You know, but there are lots of other people who don't like that kind of coffee at all or like good coffee. You know, and Starbucks will come and go. You can have 10 identities. If you're Palestinian, you've been obliged to develop an international philosophy of belonging, which is very, very complex as a result of local politics that had to do with the refusal of the right to belong. So it's a very interesting and fascinating situation, which other people live as well. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the billions of people are going to walk away from the fact that they live a perfectly normal life somewhere, and are they starving to death? Is there inequality, as the minister and the professor have said? I mean, are we living in, you know, it's strange because on the one hand we have the conversation about technology and where it's going, and isn't it fabulous? And I agree. On the other hand, I just spent 6 years as president of PEN International, traveling 70% of the time to call on the most horrible people in the world. Presidents, prime ministers, ministers, heads of police, heads of prisons, and so on. No, I'm saying the ones I was visiting. I wasn't visiting the nice ones, I was visiting the not nice ones. And you sort of, if you come out of it, you come back to, you know, Madrid and have this conversation which doesn't suggest to you that 850 writers are in prison and that over 200 writers are killed every year and the number's going up and that freedom of expression is in decline. So we're living this very strange world which is incredibly abstract on the one hand with this amazing possibility, if we handle it right, of artificial knowledge, and on the other hand, most people are living a very different kind of life. And I just, last comment, I guess it would have been in 1989 or something, I was in the Arctic. I go a lot to the Arctic, and they just, would it be 89? They just got the internet. And of course, these are villages which are at closest 500 kilometers away from the next village, and there is no road possible. You can go by snowmobile or by boat, depending on the season. And there are 500 people, 200 people, 1,000 people, and there were all these kids in front of rudimentary, I guess, internet systems. And they were having the time of their life because they're living in this incredibly isolated village, talking to people in Beirut, having fun. But guess what? When they got off, they went back to their life in this isolated village. And the internet has continued to grow, and so has the suicide level in those villages. Right? So what does that mean? We don't know yet. We don't know.
Okay, I apologize for making the question in Spanish. I just find myself we need to be more eloquent, and I'm smarter in Spanish. So it goes basically more directed to Professor Mario Domínguez. Entiendo los errores en los que caen estos movimientos que buscan redefinir o apropiarse del término del ciudadano y del ciudadanismo, pero entiendo también que lo hacen para desmarcarse de una élite política que no ha representado, que ha fallado en muchos casos y que también en no pocas ocasiones es corrupta. Sin embargo, esta falta de consenso que sucede en su discurso y que los hace caer en contradicciones constantemente, no sé si termina completamente por desvirtuar estos movimientos o qué tipo de reconfiguración necesitarían para poder servir al debate público, ¿no? Poder ser una alternativa real, ¿no? Porque creo que no son pocos los movimientos que en esta vacante ciudadana buscan apropiarse del término, ¿no? ¿Pueden reconfigurarse, pueden rehacerse o qué hay para estas alternativas, ¿no? Políticas?
Let's do. Ayu wanted to talk. Paula asked to. Okay, and then Mario thinks. Mario intenta resumir una respuesta porque ya estamos sin tiempo. Entonces, no, primero Ayu, Paula, y después vienes con la respuesta. Please, Ayu.
I'm sorry, my comment was related to the previous question, and it was really about the issue of a global culture. I mean, earlier today, David Hurst showed us the Daily Mail, And in the English-speaking internet, the Daily Mail online is one of the most it's one of the most read online media. And I wonder what exactly this global culture is. It could be positive or it could be entirely trivial. Even when we look at people leaving their homes all over the world to go and join the Islamic State. Now, whatever our view of the Islamic State is, it nonetheless offered something to people that they wanted to go and join, whether they were coming from Nigeria, whether they're coming from Britain, from Kazakhstan. They wanted to go and join that particular community and become part of it. So I think that even when we use terms like global culture, we may think that it's going to be something very high-minded, but really it could just be, you know, how much cellulite does, I don't know, I can't think of a modern celebrity, have on her legs. And I mean, yesterday somebody rightly pointed out that journalists were at the front line risking their lives and so on. And I say, yes, some, but when you see the huge crowds who gather to report every flutter of the eyelash of a celebrity, again, you ask yourself, where is, what exactly does this global culture consist of? And I'm speaking of the mother of a millennial who I sometimes look and say, are you bloody well watching Keeping Up with the Kardashians? What is it? What are you gaining from it? But believe me, I'm okay with it. So this is my question about the global culture.
Perhaps someone. Anyway, just a quick thought. It's easy to talk about a global culture when the culture is based on the individuals and everybody is actually able to choose whatever he wants. Living in cities, it seems like we do not depend on anybody. We can just go and buy whatever we want to buy, and you know, not knowing what's really behind. You know, what makes our world, makes us, you know, people able to talk about global culture, because we choose, basically, as John said about the Starbucks. I go to the Starbucks, I choose, and then I become like that. There's a person with rights, but you know, in other situations, traditional situations, you would go to a coffee shop, and the person working there would know you, and would bring the coffee you usually drink. I mean, it's you know, that would be the recognition of the otherness. And now the recognition is like I just go and I buy whatever I feel like fits to my taste and identity. Paola and then Mario, please.
Yes. My reply was also to the previous question about in solidarity and versus nationalism, and I think solidarity is a beautiful word and concept, and I think that when we are in solidarity with one another, we're creating linkages and bridges. And as long as those are based on common values, common rights, as Professor was saying, human rights, there's nothing more beautiful, and that can only come to enrich us. And I don't think there's a problem with belonging to a citizen of feeling a citizen of Spain and feeling a citizen of the world. I think it's actually all the more beautiful to feel both. And to have that solidarity and be able to put yourself in the shoes on the other and create bridges.
I think we're pretending that everything politically is stable around the world. My question was, the international solidarities tend to conflict with national politics. That's a fact. It happens all the time. Most of the time you have political positioning or political positions within different nation states which contradicts and prevent people from articulating their views on global matters. So we can't just brush this on the side and not discuss it. It's an important point which I think deserves to be entertained and discussed. And it will determine the belonging in the future. The international solidarity is the most threatening political factor in the future political stability in the world. And I think it will have a lot as well to it will also affect the sense of belonging within communities from different parts of the world. The issue of global culture, again, it's an important situation, this one, because suddenly you have youngsters who are embracing foreign cultures and they believe that they've got friends, virtual friends on Facebook and Twitter, who aspire and have certain kind of grievances that they're most likely to import to their countries. How do you deal with that? And that's the challenge that we need to look at very seriously. If you travel around, I mean, we talked about ISIL and all those people who are exported out by various countries to go and fight in Syria. What drives them? They're driven by the international solidarity. It is a serious factor. And this international solidarity, whether it's right or wrong, but they feel that they belong with these people who are somehow trying to liberate the world. Some of us, when we were young, were also motivated and inspired by Lenin, Stalin, and Trotsky. We were willing, actually, to get out of our tribal enclaves to go and join our brothers in Cuba and elsewhere in the world, which was against the national consensus at the time. So these are issues that are important, and I think with the advent of social media, they're being proliferated. And we are going to see a new type of a citizen as we move along. And those are the issues that I think these kind of settings should address. Thank you.
I would ask each one of the panelists to come up with just a short minute, if you would like to. Last idea, beginning with Mario, and then it can be related to his question, and then putting a last idea if you want, and then the other panelists if they wish.
Bueno, muy rápidamente, gracias por la pregunta. Ocurre que quizá, digamos, la crítica ciudadanista, que es una crítica por una democracia más intensa, más pura, cosas parecidas, se ha quedado más bien en la forma. Esto es, ha cuestionado precisamente a los políticos corruptos, no la política, que es corrupta, no la democracia corrupta como entidad en sí, como estructura en sí, ¿no? Sistemas electorales como los que tenemos aquí, sistemas básicamente partidistas en última instancia, que conceden a los partidos políticos la única subjetividad política real, en sentido estricto, generan precisamente de manera sistémica ese tipo de corrupciones. Pero si se señala solamente al político corrupto, quizá el tiro está desviado, está equivocado. En realidad, digamos, la disputa fundamental es una disputa por la democracia. Y de manera, en fin, ya muy simplísima, en esta disputa por la democracia entre los dos modelos, ¿no? La democracia liberal, aquella que ha insistido en la soberanía y cosas parecidas, ¿no? Y la democracia radical, que ha insistido más bien, no solamente desde el comunismo marxismo, sino otras, Rousseau, en la idea de igualdad. El modelo ciudadanista se queda, digamos, trata de quedarse en medio, ¿no? Tiene más Estado, o insiste más en el Estado de lo que los liberales pueden aceptar, pero al mismo tiempo elimina de la ecuación los criterios más igualitarios, entre comillas, de la democracia radical. Dicho en forma de eslogan, sería una especie de socialdemocracia sin socialismo, literalmente. Lo que pasa es que ahora mismo, ante la última pregunta, yo diría que a pesar de su expansión, a pesar de su incluso institucionalización en forma de partidos, movimientos, incluso dentro de los estados, como gobierno, por ejemplo, Syriza, quizá estamos asistiendo ya a una auténtica crisis del ciudadanismo, en el sentido de que, apoyado precisamente sobre esas movilizaciones que se producen solamente ante los medios de comunicación y, por tanto, en el sentido necesariamente fracasan, el ciudadanismo, digamos, como irrupción, una tercera vía, como transformación, comillas, radical de las cosas, ya está absolutamente integrado. Digamos, su irrupción, por así decirlo, ya está descontada. Y como tal, son partidos institucionales como el resto, que no hacen sino simplemente ofrecer cierto tipo de modificaciones que están absolutamente integradas dentro de lo que era posible en los modelos constitucionales anteriores. De, digamos, la aparente o paradójica crisis de algo que ahora mismo está en el poder, pero que en cualquier caso muestra su debilidad en tanto en cuanto no puede generar, ni mucho menos, su supuesta radicalidad.
Final remark, would anybody like to add anything? Okay. Yeah, Khalid?
As we know in science, science is the realm or the field of detection. You are detecting something that already exists there, objectively. But arts are the realm of projection. If I give you a novel, and without giving you the end of the novel, every one of us is capable of giving it another end. Because in the field of arts, that's the field and the realm of projection. And here, we have to re-educate ourselves into an artistic world, to take art seriously, because it helps us project ourselves artistically in the future. Because we have grown shallow because of the means and the modes of communication reigning nowadays. Communication relies on three elements: expression, meaning, and impact. But now we are reducing acts of communication to only expression and impact. And of course the market is using this mode of communication. When I manufacture something, I want to sell it to you. Without showing to you the meaning, I show you the design. So we are living in a culture of design. I want to sell you a glass, so I'm not going to show you or to talk to you about the meaning of the glass and whether you like, whether you need it or not. I'm just selling to you a design. And no wonder IKEA, for instance, the book of IKEA is the most produced, published book worldwide. We are living in a culture of design, and communication is being, killed, and the meaning is in danger, and we have to re-educate ourselves into verbal culture without, minimizing the role of image culture. Now, it is necessary, helpful, but re-educate ourselves into verbal culture again.
Just briefly in response to the issue of nationalism and the internet. In Nigeria, our political leaders are very fond of saying, oh, we have no other country but Nigeria. We have to stay here and salvage it together. And I used to feel a bit awkward because if need be, if push came to shove, I could run back to the United Kingdom. But whereas I don't have a house or a fat bank balance in the United Kingdom, many of my political leaders have houses and so on. So that I think that, what I'm saying is that I think that the idea of people setting up this nationalism as something that basically it's saying you, the ordinary people, should be nationalistic. I'm telling you to be nationalistic. In my real life, I've got something in my back pocket which allows me to partake in the international. This is why I said that the rich travel freely, safely, and legally, but ordinary citizens don't necessarily have that choice. And when John said that people get off their Facebook interactions and then go back to their real lives, and the result is suicide. In other societies, the result is that people start trekking across the Sahara Desert in order to come and become part of that life, even if when they get there, it isn't what they expect. So I think that we shouldn't allow ourselves to be misled by false flags of nationalism as this is all we've got to make it better. I'm very much in favor of the idea of presenting citizenship and nationalism, as both Chelsea and John has said, as something positive that we should be looking as something good, rather than something that we use to exclude or to dominate people with. I really can't say more than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayo. Thank you very much, all the panelists.
Very quickly, unfortunately, the minister in Sweden is, I'm afraid there is not an exception, is the Minister for Home Affairs, and which is the Minister of the Interior, and under that, his subcategory is Minister for Justice and Migration and Expulsions. It says, anyway.
So not citizenship, not yet.
But I just wanted to say one thing, which is there is this exciting possibility at the international level, and I mean, you wanted to be responded to. I mean, we all agree with what you're saying. Nobody's going to disagree with you, except if I take the case that you took, which is the case of global warming. I'm not a great expert, but I was for a while the assistant to Maurice Strong, who is thought to be the founder of the International Environment Movement, did Stockholm, Rio, and created UNEP. It could be argued very easily that the movement against global warming has gone very, very slowly. And that if you look for the explanation for it, and I'm not against NGOs or international civil society, I'm just saying that one of the explanations is that people who were going to fight that fight, instead of going into political parties in their own countries, winning power, and then cooperating at the international level in order to change laws and policy, agreed with the globalist utilitarian argument that democracy was no longer in its old form useful, went to the international level and became lobbyists for the good. And in the process, they found themselves arguing against their enemies who had the power. And so that, in fact, even the great victory of the Paris Agreement is not a victory at all. It's only a victory if you believe that you escaped a massacre. I mean, we should be 4 to 5 times further ahead than we are. And the only way you can do that is by passing laws. So, yes, you're right, but it is not as simple as it appears. And we're in the middle of it. We don't know where it's heading. But on that issue, we have done the international environmental movement has done very badly. At the 80th birthday party of Maurice Strong, he was surrounded by all these kids who are now 30, 40, 50, 60 years old from the international movement. And he was in despair because they were locked into 0.02 versus 0.03, and we're going to get some people to march in the street. Whereas what needed to happen was to have the countries of Europe pass laws, which means you've got to win elections, which means you have to join political parties, which means you have to ruin your life, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And my last comment was I have a feeling I'm the last speaker, so I think we all want to say thank you to Wada and Raphael for an amazing 2 days. It's really been fabulous, I think, for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much, Mario, Paula, Khaled, Ayo, and all the participants that took part in our session. I would love to go further and talk to you, but 2 days just fly. And this is our last formal session today, but at 5 o'clock we are going to have, we're going to show some short movies. If you last year we didn't have such a beautiful room as we have this year because some artists just collaborated with us to bring their work. And our colleague Maribel Mateus, and please Maribel, would you stand up, and all the artists that made these, I would like to say thank you for you to making this room, the place we have spent this whole in the exposition outside. Thank you very much. They will show, and our friend Sami Zaidan will talk a little bit about these works and show some short movies. It's going to be a very pleasant, I would say 25 minutes session after our coffee break, so more or less in 40 minutes. I would like to thank our team, our assistants and our coordinators. Please, if you could stand up. You have worked very, very, very hard doing that. I'm very proud of you all doing this. Part of our team is also Mercedes Bellavista. I don't know if Mercedes is here. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mercedes, for the logistic work. I want to thank our technicians, our friends, David, who is there looking at me. He coordinated the technical things. And thank you for the translators and the sound, everything. Please, thank you very much. Now, this year we had something very special. We had here our friend Jana. She was following our conversation, and she is an illustrator, and she was producing some material. That was her participation. It was probably the hardest one. She was very concentrated during the whole period. So we honestly, it's a fantastic work. Let's see how we can share it with you when we come back for the session of the short movies. We will let you know how to access this work. We will talk about that now. So thank you very much, Olga from the Hotel Wellington. Olga is there, please. It is really fantastic to have your structure and your staff. Thank you very much. And this thanks also for our boards, please. I would ask you, Mr. Bilal, Mr. Tembisa, and mainly Mr. Wadakhamfar. Thank you very much. I hope I'm not forgetting. I am absolutely, but I'm sorry if I forgot something. Thank you very much. We hope this was a very pleasant today's event for you, and we really genuinely wish that we can follow up doing projects and to transform it into a real common action. And you will always be very welcome to our organization, and please feel free to contact us to propose any sort of projects. And we are very, very happy to participate and to help and to promote any initiative you could have in the future. Thank you very much. It was very, very special today's event, and all Common Action Forum, I talked to each one of them. Everybody is very honored to have you all here. Thank you very much. We come back with the movies in 30 minutes, if it's fine for you. A nice breakfast, a nice coffee break, and we come here. Please take your things. Please, this is very important. The room is going to be now, the format of the room is going to change. So we need to take out our belongings and leave the room.